nikikutazama moyo wayoyoma, kipenzi cha ngoro na kuyanza, nikikutazama moyo wayoyoma, kipenzi cha ngoro na kuyanza, nikikutazama moyo wayoyoma, kipenzi cha ngoro na kuyanza.
Mama akina Sofia, mwambie Sofia wangu, naye atange vile na milele na milele. Mama akina Sofia, mwambie Sofia wangu, naye atange vile na milele na milele. Mama we, dada we, mwambie yule wangu, naye atange vile na milele na milele. Mama we, dada we, mwambie yule wangu, naye atange vile na milele na milele. Alinyimwa pembe, akapewa masikio, akapewa na mlio wa milele na milele. Punda alinyimwa pembe, akapewa masikio, akapewa na mlio wa milele na milele. Mama we, dada we, mwambie yule wangu, naye atange vile na milele na milele. Mama we, dada we, mwambie yule wangu, naye atange vile na milele na milele. Walisema na masemo yao yote hayakuwa sawa kweli na milele na milele. Wasemaji walisema na masemo yao yote hayakuwa sawa kweli na milele na milele. Mama we, dada we, mwambie yule wangu, naye atange vile na milele na milele. Mama we, dada we, mwambie yule wangu, naye atange vile na milele na milele. Mwambie yule wangu unaenda. Ndiye mpaka ni mawazo, ndiye mpaka ni kuwazawaza. We unaenda, unaenda kama ile njia yako enda, kama ni maisha yako fuata. Wewe dada, rail on, rail on, rail on, seems that's the way. Rail on, rail on, rail on, seems that's the way. Hapo unaniachalo, kama we unaenda, we unaenda, we unaenda. Rail on, rail on, rail on, seems that's the way. Rail on, rail on, rail on, seems that's the way. Seems that's the way. Rail on, rail on, rail on, seems that's the way. Terapia
Kisumu.
Ayaye, itera byane bacu. Ayaye, itera byane bacu. Kisumu, Kisumu, itera byane Kisumu. Kisumu, Kisumu, itera byane Kisumu. Egaido, tera winda,
Tera byane Kisumu.
aido pili, tera winda,
Tera byane Kisumu.
boda boda, soya kene,
Tera byane Kisumu.
tera byane Kisumu. Ayaye, tera byane Kisumu. Ayaye, tera byane Kisumu. Kisumu, Kisumu, tera byane Kisumu. Kisumu, Kisumu, tera byane Kisumu. Begaido, tera winda,
Tera byane Kisumu.
aido baby, tera winda,
Tera byane Kisumu.
boda boda, soya kunene,
Tera byane Kisumu.
anadwaro kenda, tera gamatera, anadwaro kenda, toki gamatera, binito, binito, chatala, binito, binito, musipna, binito, binito, chatelo, binito, binito, chasura, binito, binito, chatala, binito, binito, musipna, binito, binito, chatura, binito, binito, chaselo. Tera byane Kisumu. Tera byane Kisumu.
flexing on the ground with your sponsor, Susanna. I hope you're happy now. See you change your skin color and your hair is longer now. Nakuona party,
hapo kando ya Sambelise, ukitesa na kamini none of my business. And I see you in China, silicone on your bamba, shaking what your doctor gave ya. On your worst behavior, Susanna Bandezinje. Hello, hello, hello. If you get to hear this song, somebody loves you, Susanna Bandezinje. Hello, hello, hello. Change your mind and come back home, somebody loves you. Mwanamke tabia, shepu ni majaliwa, ila wengi walinyimwa tabia, na shepu kabarikiwa. Mwanaume hisia, pesa ni majaliwa, ila wengi walinyimwa hisia, na pesa kabarikiwa. Na kuona zari, hapo Rio de Janeiro, ukiongezewa nywele senje, na nobody business. And I see you in China with the latest designer, shaking what your doctor gave ya. On your worst behavior, Susanna Bandezinje. Hello, hello, hello. If you get to hear this song, somebody loves you, Susanna Bandezinje. Hello, hello, hello. Change your mind and come back home, somebody loves you. Nakosa usingizi usiku kucha minadua, aisenja kilini moyoni bado wewe wanizuzua. When are you coming home, Senje? Tell me how you want your way. Tukipendana, Kiromeo na Julia. Aisenje nakosa usingizi usiku kucha minadua, aisenja kilini moyoni bado wewe wanizuzua. When are you coming home, Senje? Tell me how you on your way. If tukipendana, Kiromeo na Julia. Na kuona Brazil, hapo Rio de Janeiro, ukiongezewa nywele senje, none of my business. And I see you in China, silicone on your bamba, shaking what your doctor gave ya. On your worst behavior, Susanna Bandezinje. Hello, hello, hello. If you get to hear this song, somebody loves you, Susanna Bandezinje. Hello, hello, hello. Change your mind and come back home, somebody loves you.
Somebody loves you. Hello, hello, hello. Change your mind and come back home. Somebody loves you. Hello, hello, hello. If you get to hear this song, somebody loves you. Hello, hello, hello. Change your mind and come back home. Somebody loves you.
Band. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We want to kick off our program this morning. And I want to ask those that are still moving around the exhibition, please make your way here. Ushers, please help us to get everyone come back to the sitting position so that we can officially begin our program this morning. Please, those who can hear me from far end, please come. We will have time to go round to the exhibition booths. Karibuni sana.
kajiwinawo kutachiwana
zinorwa zose kuchengeta rufu mu mawoko
kajiwinawo kutachiwana
aza baba porere pasina raramo
kajiwinawo kutachiwana
aza batumbuka baporere pasina raramo
kajiwinawo kutachiwana
Todi
senze
what shall we do
tingadi
senze jani
what shall we do
oh Todi
senze
what shall we do
tingadi
senze jani
what shall we do Jinarata sei kubinywa newa ugere naye
kajiwinawo utachiwana
Jinarata sei kubinywa neya gabitsafuma
kajiwinawo utachiwana
achiziva unawo utachiwana
kajiwinawo utachiwana
ende uchiziva unawo utachiwana
kajiwinawo utachiwana
Todi
zeni
what shall we do
tingadi
senzinjani
what shall we do
Todi
senzeni
what shall we do
tingadi
senzinjani
what shall we do
seriwe kuva kuna muna matobarume tabererwa
utachiwana
Don't by mazan
kajiwinawo utachiwana
seriwe kuva kuna mteuro mambo tabererwa
utachiwana
Don't by mazan
kajiwinawo utachiwana
seriwe kuva kuna muna matobarume tabererwa
utachiwana
Don't by mazan
kajiwinawo utachiwana
seriwe kuva kuna mteuro mambo tabererwa
utachiwana
Don't by mazan
kajiwinawo utachiwana
Todi
senzeni
what shall we do
tingadi
senzinjani
what shall we do
Todi
senzeni
what shall we do
tingadi
senzinjani
what shall we do
ukishamaliza serereka, kumbuka piga sala, nje unameremeta, ndani unaomboleza. Hizi vitu zifanyika, ni hali ya maisha, baraka yako ikifika, imefika, imefika. Tingamalo, Jehova kiwinja tingamalo, tingamalo, Hosanna kiwinja tingamalo, tingamalo, Hosanna kiwinja tingamalo, tingamalo, ndiwinja tingamalo, tingamalo. Jehovah ndiwinja tingamalo, tingamalo. Hosanna ndiwinja tingamalo. Jehovah kiwinja tingamalo, tingamalo. Hosanna kiwinja tingamalo, tingamalo. Jehovah kiwinja tingamalo, tingamalo. Hosanna kiwinja tingamalo. Tumora, tumora,
Good morning again. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are late, so we have to start. As we make this final call for those who are still in the exhibition booth, please come so that we start our program this morning. All our guests are in the house, so we need to start right now and here. Just for a quick, the QR code has the program for today, for the day. You can scan the code and get the program run for the day. And we will keep telling you what we need to do next. So I'm still giving you a minute each, maybe to come. Those who are hearing me from there, those who are behind, please come sit here so that we can start our program this morning. Our ushers, I hope you hear me from where you are. Help us to get everyone here so that we can start together. A further request, if for those who are seated far behind, if you can come a little closer here so that we are not interrupted by those who are coming late. Please, if you can make a few steps in the front, we will really appreciate. Thank you so much for those who hear English in this accent that I'm speaking. Asante sana. Please come. Please come to the front. We really appreciate it. I think the best thing to do is to start. And our tradition has been we start with a word of prayer. And then I will invite our chairman to come and give his brief and take us on from there. So kindly, wherever you are, if we can bow down for a word of prayer. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you this morning. We appreciate you for this gathering. Thank you for this day that we've been longing for. Thank you for the plans that have been there in place. Thank you for the safety that you have given to each and every one of us. And Lord, as we gather here, we appreciate your goodness of our life. We thank you for the program, for the day and tomorrow and the day after, that whatever, Lord, we will do, may it bring glory and honor to your name. We thank you for every of our speakers. Thank you for every of our exhibitors and guests and members of Rupha that have gathered in this place. We speak that your Spirit will lead us in peace and in harmony, and we shall enjoy your goodness from this very start to the very end of this exhibition. We thank you, we bless you. In Jesus' name we pray. In Jesus' name we pray. Good. That amen is very important. Without taking much time, let me first of all appreciate everyone for making it here. My name is Reverend Joseph Kariuki, the Vice Chairman of the Rural and Urban Private Hospital Association. It is always a pleasure to have you every year, such a time as this. And we thank God that we have this opportunity again to do and to discuss much of the things and issues concerning us. These are really important meetings for us in our calendar, and seeing you is an answered prayer that it is yet another good day. We also want to appreciate all the hospitals, owners, and management that have come from across the country. We are represented in 44 out of the 47 counties, and we welcome you here. All our exhibitors, all our friends, all stakeholders, everybody, please feel very much welcome. And like I said, the QR code there has the program for the day. You can scan it so that you can follow together with us. Feel very much welcome. Let me now take this pleasure to invite none other than the current and the founding chairman of Rural and Urban Private Hospitals Association, Dr. Brian Mark Lishenga, to come and give his opening remarks, as well as taking us through the next session. If we can put our hands together for our chairman.
Thank you so much, Reverend. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Morning. Let me just see you waving back. Good morning. It's good to see so many friends back here in Nairobi. So many people I haven't seen in a long time. And just to appreciate you making time. I know there are still so many on the road. I'm surprised by the team from Meru. I thought Meru is how many kilometers away from Nairobi? 400? 300? How many? 403 kilometers. But the Meru team was the first to arrive. Do you have airstrip in Meru? How did you make it? So we really appreciate. We know there are so many other providers coming from across the country. And very surprisingly, seeing our friends from the Netherlands. Did you leave this morning? Interesting. So happy to see you and welcome to Rupha 2026. I just want to make some brief remarks about this association, this great association. It's good to see faces that have walked this journey for the last 6.5 years, almost 7 years this June. I can see Madam Kandie there, we were with you when we founded this association, just 12 facilities. And now we've grown to the size that we are, and it's really nice to see that you traveled from Nakuru to be here with us today. And so many of you, I can see some of our members from Mombasa, karibu sana. Now, this is the 7th Rupha annual convention. If somebody would have told me in 2019 that we would be here today, I would have told them that that is not possible. But we are super grateful for all of you who have made time to be here this morning. We have an exciting program. And You know this, somebody jokes this about Kenyans, that if a Kenyan tells you I'm around the corner, they have not left the house. You know, they say, uko wapi? Niko tu hapa hapa. Ukisikia Mkenya, you hear a Kenyan telling you I'm just around the corner, they are just getting out of bed. But even that being as it may, I know there are so many who are moving around the exhibition. I have several calls, they are just around Sarit somewhere. But we have a very exciting session to kick us off today before we go to the official opening ceremony, which is supposed to kick off at around 11. So we will have some discussion, first of all, just to get our brains jogging. And if you've been able to scan the program, we have a discussion on micro-insurance. We want to talk about new business models. Now, the most interesting thing about this conversation is that the keynote address is somewhere around the corner. He's also coming, he's in traffic. So, this is what we are going to do. Our panelists will have the panel discussion before, and then we will do the keynote address later. So, if you are a panelist, and I can see some of my panelists here from IRA, I want to invite you to the stage. I want to invite you to come and take a seat. So I will start with Ann Chelagat, Karibu Sana, from the Insurance Regulatory Authority. Welcome. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes on stage. Then I'm looking for Badview. Where is Kevin? Is Kevin here? Welcome, Kevin Osigi from Badview. And then I am looking for somebody from a Rupha facility, Rupha member facility. Do I pick somebody? Do I nominate someone? Rev, come. Come and pray. So, this team, I have, who am I missing? Let me just get my notes. So the only person I'm missing from this wonderful team is Julius Kitheka from Liason, but he should be joining us anytime. So we have a conversation on microinsurance in healthcare, and this panel is going to help me discuss this very important topic, and I will be moderating. Let's just make sure you have a mic. You have mics? So thank you. I'm sure your mics are on. So just to set the stage for this important conversation, welcome Anne from IRA, welcome Kevin, welcome Reverend Joseph Kariuki. So we have an interesting conversation that's been happening in Kenya over the last 2.5 years, almost 3 years. And most of it has been driven by the reforms we've had in the social health insurance in the country. So because of this, issue of coverage, providing, healthcare coverage for a large segment of the population. As we know, the Social Health Authority provides what we call a basic insurance cover and a basic benefits package. So it is not meant to, cover, for all ailments or cover for very expensive procedures. So we do have a significant segment of the population who are seeking healthcare that are looking for other healthcare products to supplement what is provided by the social health insurance. So, and as a country, we've spoken about universal health coverage for years. But in reality, for most Kenyans, access is still shaped by what they can afford at the point of need. That is what is shaping access. So today's conversation is about microinsurance, as I mentioned, but not as a concept. We are trying to look at it as a practical tool for shaping our healthcare system. So, for instance, the questions we'll be asking ourselves is, can we expand access? Can we protect households? And can it still work for providers as well? So, and because there are hospitals in this room, represented in this room, we have a very simple question. Is there a model around microinsurance that can strengthen healthcare delivery without introducing new pressure on the providers, for instance? So today we want to move ahead from theory to practice. And I will start with a very simple questions. And so this will go to you, Kevin. Just trying to find out from your perspective as a representative of Badview that develops microinsurance products. What is in your view, what is the biggest mistake that we make when we are designing microinsurance products for low-income populations? So we are talking about your mama mboga, people who work in salons, barber shops, masons, who depend on, payment, daily wages, for instance. So what are the biggest mistakes we make when we are designing products for our border riders, for instance? Is it pricing? Do we make a mistake on pricing? Do we make mistakes on the benefit design? Or is it just misunderstanding of how people pay for healthcare? What do you think, Kevin?
Thank you, Bran. So that's a good question. And one of the mistakes that we do, of course, is pricing. So there is no affordability. So for microinsurance, we look at three things, basically affordability. We also look at the flexibility, and then we look at access of that particular solution. And of course, the last one is it meeting the need of the client. So for microinsurance, we at Badview, we have ensured that we are tailor-making solutions that are affordable to the informal sector, especially the mama mbogas, the borders, and all those who are in the informal sector. So we also have, the other thing is about the flexibility. So the convergence insurance solutions does not offer flexible payments. So microinsurance is full. It is complete if it has a flexible model, whereby, because the people we are targeting are people who are making daily income, weekly income. They are being paid at the end of the day or maybe at the end of the week. So if you don't provide a flexible payment to them, then that will be a mistake. And then the last thing is, of course, the tailor-making a solution that fits their need. So it is, for example, for medical insurance, we ensure that under microinsurance, that this client can go to the nearest facility or the nearest clinic, who are the small facilities. So that's the other thing which we consider. So basically, it all involves about affordability, flexibility, access. Yeah, thank you.
So thank you, Kevin, for this. And maybe for our audience, we are using a bit of a technical term, microinsurance. So how would you define microinsurance for our audience to understand what it really is and how it differs from other types of healthcare insurance out there?
Okay, microinsurance is, I'll say, for example, an insurance which targets the informal sector. So it targets the uninsured. It offers, it is somehow unique in terms of payment, in terms of the price, in terms of the target market. Statistically, the GDP of the penetration of insurance is slightly below 3%. So there is more than 97% who are not covered yet. So the reason why they're not covered is because we don't have a solution that is fitting them. We don't have a model that is fitting them. So that's where microinsurance comes. So during the microinsurance regulation, which was enacted, that regulation has a law in it. There are measures. So in terms of even the way we are doing the policy document is supposed to be done in Swahili. And then the simplicity of the solution is something that should be understood by the user or the client. So microinsurance basically is more of inclusivity, if I can summarize it that way. So it goes beyond the normal corporate setting, the normal urban setting. So it goes to the rural, to the informal, and as well the workers who are not yet targeted, who even don't know about insurance. Yeah, so I don't know if that...
Yeah, so thank you so much,
Yeah.
Kevin. So what you're saying is what microinsurance tries to fix is the informality of our market, the fact that many Kenyans still work in the informal sector. And you're also saying that for this informal sector group, we need unique products that are flexible, properly priced, that they can be able to purchase for them to get any insurance product, healthcare just being one of them. This is correct if I got you?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, so we target the informal sector with the price that they can afford.
Thank you so much, Kevin. And one of the things that our audience will probably know, because most of them are healthcare providers, is the challenge that we have now with payment of premiums to Social Health Authority is the very low number of informal sector Kenyans who are paying. I think the last numbers we have is something like 435,000 only. We have a total pool of 29 million registered Kenyans, but only 435,000 paying from the informal sector. And the total number of Kenyans paying is about 5 million. So the rest, 4.5 million or so, are what we call the formal sector who have to pay statutory deductions. So this 24 million plus Kenyans who are registered but not paying, these are the ones that microinsurance targets.
Exactly.
Thank you so much. So I hope that helps our audience understand the role of microinsurance. Now, I would like to, listen, before we come to Anne, just listen to Joseph here as a provider and with our colleagues here. From your perspective, when does a microinsurance scheme become attractive for a hospital? Some box you will be checking to see that what Badview has created, or any other insurance company for that matter, is attractive to a hospital. And at what point might it become a burden from your own experience?
Thank you so much, Daktari. I think one element that he has put it very clear is the issue of affordability. Microinsurance are supposed to be structured in a way that they are affordable to, especially the informal sector, because that's where they are targeting. Two, we need to look at a way how that payment will be flexible, owing to the fact that these people get daily wage, and they may not be able to accumulate until at the end of the month or once in a year to pay. If we make that payment flexible, it becomes attractive to the informal sector. And three, when they are crafting these products for the informal sector, they also need to have a mind of the facilities that these people will be getting services. Many times, insurance will create a product with the big hospitals in mind. They are looking at Aga Khan, they are looking at Nairobi Hospital, but for microinsurance, the target should be actually at the smaller hospitals in the community. If somebody can get an insurance and they are aware that the hospital just around the corner is where they can go and they get help, that will be very good. And that will also help the facilities to improve in their services, equipments, and other things that they need to do, so that when this client come, they find a service closer to home than the one they would have gone to find elsewhere. Because when they come for the hospitals in Mashinani, even the cost of their treatment will be manageable. You find that with the small benefits of 15,000, 20,000 for outpatient, they can do at least 2 visits every month in the local hospital. But if they go to these big facilities, that money will be swallowed in 1 visit. So when they are making this product for the informal sector as a microinsurance, they really need to consider the providers in that case.
Thank you so much, Reverend. So if I get what you're saying right, is how the microinsurance product design and even rollout targets empanelment of facilities. So it is about how you target, and Reverend is talking about hospitals that are based in the community, that are closer to the citizens, that are a stone throw away, and where the cost structure for services can be controlled. So from his point of view, for providers targeting specifically hospitals that are located in the communities, closer to the patients, and I think it just goes to the questions of empanelment hurdles that hospitals have to go through to get onboarded. So thank you so much, Rev. So switching up our gears a little bit to the regulator. So I'm very interested in just listening to what Kevin has been talking about, the product design, the product targeting. He did mention that there is a regulation that has been put in place for microinsurance. And he mentioned the simplicity of that regulation, your efforts to make sure that the microinsurance regulations are easy for people to understand, easy to be implemented. So your target is to expand access. But before we talk about how you've made this easy, why does the Insurance Regulatory Authority feel that microinsurance needs a proper regulatory framework?
Thank you for that question, Brian. For IRA, we feel that we needed to have a separate regulation for microinsurance. Number one, the government is very key about inclusion, and especially financial inclusion. And we looked at it, asked how do we then get inclusion, and that is going micro. And you cannot go micro looking at traditional products. So we had to come out with a regulation that speaks to financial inclusion. And financial inclusion is just not about the medical bit of it. It's all forms of insurance. I know we are now talking about medical. But we did a regulation, a very simple regulation. If you read that regulation, it's just 7 pages, very simplified. We have given what the definition of microinsurance, as my colleague has pointed out. It is for accessibility to underserved population of this country. And that microinsurance seeks to get insurance to the people who are in the mashinani. So it talks about accessibility, it talks about affordability, it talks about standardizing if it is medical products, so that even the person who has the lowest pay is able to afford it. And if you look at that regulation, we say the maximum that a person can pay and for microinsurance is 40 shillings a day. So 40 shillings a day, less than that, it is affordable. So we've allowed for that medical insurance product to be paid on a daily basis, cognizant of the fact that the people at the lower end, they earn money on a daily basis as opposed to traditional products. We've also simplified the insurance policy. It is 1 page. Traditionally, policy documents are many pages in very technical language, but this policy should be 1 page, simple language, as few exclusions as possible, Things about waiting period, we've also talked about that. There should not be any waiting period. It should be very clear. And we've encouraged also for these micro products to be taken either by individuals, and if individuals cannot afford, then they can take as a group. So we are encouraging those groups within communities to be able to take micro insurance products. So it allows for even groups to take those products. And one of the key things that is in that micro insurance regulation is about consumer protection. Why consumer protection? Because this is a product which is sold at a very low price, and we have said that in terms even of claims, the turnaround time should just be 10 days, as opposed to the 90 days which are there within the Insurance Act. And we're very key about consumer protection issues so that the sustainability part of it is maintained. Because if then we don't take care of our consumers at the tail end, then sustainability cannot be maintained. So we've looked at affordability, sustainability, and also pricing. And when the insurers bring their products to us, the microinsurance products, we then look at all those aspects before we do the approval. And not only that, after they're rolled out, we monitor to see whether they're working for the people they targeted. So that's in a nutshell what that regulation contains.
Fantastic. And you put it very well. So one of the interesting things that I have learned is that the regulation actually fixes a maximum price point for the products, which is very interesting. So it means that you are targeting, protecting the consumer through the regulation. And so also another interesting thing you pointed out is that you are targeting these products being accessible, expanding access through the regulation. And we think that this is a very forward-looking regulation and should be able to expand these products within our market. So I just noticed that the GM liaison, so welcome, your panel is on. I'm sure you're ready, just please join us. Welcome, Julius. A round of applause for Julius as he comes on stage. So we'll let you catch your breath before we throw an interesting question at you. So coming back to Kevin, I'm just listening to what Anne has talked about from the IRA point of view, and she's mentioned something about pricing. I'm very curious. What is the biggest trade-off you make when you're designing your product? I'm trying to imagine that when claims start coming from facility and you have a 10-day turnaround time according to the regulations, and we'll be curious to listen from the audience who are using your products whether they are seeing 10-day turnaround. The regulator is here today. So, but the question I have for you is, what do you prioritize now when you are designing the product, considering that you have a fixed price point, the target market is very clearly defined? Are you going to be looking at affordability? So the question is, what do you choose? You have to make a choice when you're designing the product. So are you going to prioritize affordability or comprehensiveness? What is the trade-off? What does the trade-off look like? Because most of the time when patients come to hospital, they say, I have insurance, they want the full package. So your x-ray, your ultrasound, your CT scan, etc. So that is comprehensiveness. And your surgery is covered, your chemotherapies. But there's a question of you have a fixed price point. Is there a trade-off that happens when you're designing these products?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So affordability is key, but again, when we are designing the product, we are guided by the maximum limit that we can cover, that's 500,000 per benefit. And so what we do, and that's why for the micro, we are working with the small facilities. Number one, because of the average cost. So we have agreed on the average cost to be about 2,500 per visit. So having that in mind, again, we don't want to give a cover which will not help the client. So having that average cost, we guide our clients that This cover will help you for these facilities. So when we are doing the empanelment, forming the providers, then we ensure that the providers who are on our panel meet that average cost, so that this cover is taking care of the client throughout the entire year. So affordability is very key, because our market, the informal sector and the underserved, you cannot take an expensive product to them. So that is key. So we negotiate, we work with providers as our partners, and also with intermediaries and the distributors as our partners, to ensure that the population that we are targeting, indeed, they are people who can afford it, and this cover will be helpful to them. In terms of turnaround time for the claims, at Birdview, we do it within 5 days, because again, it is very simple. Even the claims processing, the documents, there's no much of documentation. So the policy is very clear. The scope of cover is very clear. The exclusions are very clear. So there is no much time taken towards approving a particular claim. So for us, we are much guided by that regulation. At Birdview currently, we are doing a minimum of 5 days. Maybe the providers can confirm if there are those who have already submitted the claims. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Kevin. And this sounds like good news to providers. 5 days is really very rapid turnaround. And also the fact that the administrative burden in terms of processing claims is diminished, because you have a simplified claim processing procedure. And therefore that means that for the small facilities, the facilities in our rural areas, what that means is that they don't have to incur expanded human resource costs, having extra staff to, work on the claims and that kind of back and forth. So this is very interesting for the sector. Now, just introducing Julius into this discussion. Karibu sana. I don't know whether you have a mic. We can give you one. Have you caught your breath?
Yes, it's back. Thank you.
Nairobi Traffic, welcome. So I'm curious, from your point of view as General Manager for Liaison Insurance, and we are aware that you work very closely with Birdview in terms of developing this kind of products. And we are also happy as Rupha that we have co-developed a product with you, the Rupha 360 product. But from your point of view as a leader in the sector, I have an interesting question. We had a big discussion about the premiums. How much should the product cost, isn't it? And we spent quite a lot of time trying to figure that out. We often assume that low premium is equals to high uptake. Anybody would assume that if the premium is low, you expect the market to buy the product. But in your experience, what actually drives enrollment? So that because you've pushed out many products under Liaison, what does it that drive employment? Is it automatic that if the premium is low, then you're going to have high uptake? And also, what drives retention so that your clients, your beneficiaries don't drop off?
Thank you, Chair. And sorry, it's the traffic of Nairobi, but it's okay. You have accommodated me. First, today I am very happy because I'm seated with my regulator. She's our prefect, so whatever I say, she will take it seriously. And I will start from where she started, actually. When you are talking about products, and mostly from where I sit, I love to call them solutions, because any product is done to solve an issue in the society, an issue that we want to sort out, and that is where insurance comes in. That's why even many other products, including doctors, they come to take care of our diseases that we have. We didn't have diseases, there would be no doctors in this world. So every profession is there to sort a gap in the world. In terms of insurance, and we go back to specifically microinsurance, all of us, we think about the cost only. But there are many things, and I think Madam Ann talked about them. There's the issues of accessibility, but that accessibility, you check on which channels are you using. And if you see in our in our partnership, we looked for Rupha because Rupha is in everywhere in this country. So that we know we have a partner in Mandera, we have a partner in Kwale, we have a partner in Turkana. And secondly, when you get these partners, you sit and say, this is a solution that we want to solve. And one is universal healthcare coverage. Actually, that is our solution that we wanted, number one, that everyone can be able to get this medical cover in everywhere in this country. So if we have providers across the country, that is the first area because infrastructure is important. Secondly, what within these ones, what will be the win-win area? Remember, in Rupha, we are still using these service providers as our partners, as our providers. So any income, any premium that we are going to get is still going to be used by the Rupha fraternity, the providers who we have. Secondly, where are the target groups? Where are our customers? Our customers is actually the same, the employees of Rupha, the owners of Rupha, because we are creating an ecosystem. What we want is to create an ecosystem which is a whole web, which has all the needs being sorted out. Even before we go to the pricing, we have to check those specific tenets that needs us to create that issues of pricing. In terms of affordability, where the costs and everything else comes in, we also have to look at, is it the price only which is an issue? Or is it many other areas that we have to check in? And I will tell you, before even you go to pricing, there is issues of systems. If we have very good systems, the way Badvi has talked about, we have paperless systems, we have a good TAT, we have digital apps that can be able to even make the product reach each and everyone, and also that treatment to reach everyone, including telemedicine and all those ones. Then the issues of pricing will sort itself. And it will give you which product that you need. Yeah. So it depends on how you want your product to be very effective to the people and how it can be able to reach those people wherever they are in the society. And in which ways. If you create efficient ways, the cost itself will come down and your product will be able to sell. The other one is feasibility. Your product must be visible to everyone and the target group that you are checking on. Yeah. You can't, we know there are some products we call for the elite, the international products, the international private medical insurance, service that we usually give. They still thrive in their countries because their medical or their universal healthcare systems have worked for a very long time. So them, they come as a secondary cover, but they have also grown and they are big. That's why they are coming to Africa to also target the specific groups that they want. They're actually not solving our bigger African problem of each of us to get the medical cover. In terms of retention, I'll talk about service. If you give us a specific product and people are being able to use it and they are giving that testimony, medical insurance, chair is like, we cannot call it just for uncertainty. It's actually a basic need. And everyone and each country, you see, even in many governments, they are talking about universal healthcare coverage to all their citizens. It will serve a lot. It is an enabler in any economic environment. Because today you may have retired with like 10 million in your account, but one condition can finish that amount of money and you'll be done. But if you had created plans and you had enabled yourself to have a medical insurance, at that time it will have already been able to take care of. So to me, pricing is part, but it has a lot of other determinants before it being the only thing that we are supposed to talk about.
Thank you so much, Julius, and that's a very comprehensive response. In fact, what I hear you, if I have two keywords that I hear you mention, is networks and systems. So it's not just about the price, it's the fact that you are sure that there is a nationwide network through which you can deliver the product, and that there are systems at those facilities that make the patient experience very exciting. So if I am a client and I'm buying a microinsurance product, it's not going to come down only to the price point. It's going to come down to the fact that there is a hospital near where I am that has the right systems to offer the care. And so that's a beautiful response to that question. And that definitely brings me to my final round of questions, and I will start this way, going that way, immediately on my left. So, Reverend, I'm curious, listening as a provider, as a facility owner, listening to the conversation that we are having here. Hospitals often sit at the tail end of the process. You wait for the client, and for many hospitals, how they interact with insurance is as long as I see the patient and I'm getting paid. So you are only on the receiving end of this ecosystem. But I want an interesting perspective from your own experience. How can hospitals and healthcare providers seated here actively support and promote microinsurance uptake? So we don't just sit on the demand end, but we also help to drive the other end. So from your own experience running a hospital in Kajiado, how is it that you have been able to work with the community, work with your patients, work with other stakeholders, work with your own hospital staff to promote the uptake of microinsurance where your hospital is located?
Thank you so much, Dr. Ari. First, I will say is that the little has been done in terms of education. And I would confirm this because the first time, personally, I got to understand the concept of microinsurance. I took all the risks necessary. And thank God we were able to get this right education through Liaison Group and Badview when we were collaborating with Rupha. And that is when the information came out. And I am now a zealot into taking this message far, and probably I can do that today. One of the things that microinsurance has helped us is, as a facility, is to reduce by a significant percentage the over-reliance to SHA. Many facilities, including mine, I would say this, we depended on SHA 80% of our business. So when SHA coughs, all of us caught the flu. So microinsurance penetration has helped us in this way, that we have been able to scatter that risk and fully absorb microinsurance through products that we have developed together as Rupha, Liaison, and Badview. That is the Rupha 360, a very, very important product that I want all the members, don't leave this place before you have understood it. It is a product whereby we are actually the service providers. We buy from the underwriter and we provide the service ourselves. One thing that has been able to happen is that personally, I had a discussion with my staff, and we agreed, I'm not able to buy this cover for all of you. Currently, we have 24 of them in permanent basis. And we agreed with them, because it is a good cover, and I'm not able to afford, we can't just let it go. And after long discussion, we discovered that we can actually co-share this cost. And we agreed that they will pay 60% of the 22,200, and I will pay 40. I'm paying 40 because I'm paying for all of them. And they are paying 60 because they are paying for the individual families. And looking at the 24 staff, times an average of 3-4 persons in a family, I have 60 people at any given time to take care of. And these people, the first point of care is actually my facility, my own staff. So before even I go outside, I am able to generate my 40% of their cover from their own. And these people are able to pay me within 5 to 10 days. I have money. So when I took they are also allowing us to pay in 4 installments without interest. So I divided mine in 4 installments, and every month I have a chunk to get from what they are paying me to take back to the cover. I think that's a good thing. And I have done that with Rupha 360, and I have gone ahead to work with Badview, again with the boda cover, they call it the welfare cover for medical and all that. Whereby the boda guys are paying 50 shillings a day and they are covered for 15,000 for a family of 5, is it? M+4. That's a family of 5. They are covered for 15,000 per year and 250 for inpatient. And all other things are included there. And we have been able to take care of them. Delivery is covered there. Accident is covered there. There is also an element of last expense. For those who are in Rupha, I think you understand now, we no longer changias people for when they lose their loved one as a community. We now are asking people to go to that cover, because there you will get your medical and you will get your last expense up to 50,000. And I think that is where micro insurance has really helped us. And there are, of course, many other products that Rupha has come up with, including the OSOF project for the eye unit, where affordability for the eyewear has become, everybody now can afford uko mashinani. We get these eyewears from Esilo Luxottica at 2,000, at 1,500, and we're able to sell at 6,000. And I think that increases our margin. All this put together, Daktari, is what has caused my personal facility to reduce the over-reliance to SHA. Right now we are at 60%, and we want towards the end of the year to get it below 40.
Thank you so much, Joseph. And I think the challenge you place to hospital owners listening to this discussion this morning is, what role can you play also as a facility in entrenching microinsurance products in the society? And Joseph has given us a very good example. I like this example, that it starts with you. So first of all, a lot of the facilities here have, we did a survey, and most facilities have an average of 30 employees. So I guess the challenge this morning is, how many of your employees working at your facility actually have an additional insurance than on top of the Social Health Authority insurance? And I think it starts with us. So making sure that our own employees and their families are covered, and then we convert those ones into ambassadors for microinsurance products. And it makes a lot of sense. It is sad that when your employee gets sick, they get admitted at another hospital because they can't afford care in your hospital. So I think some of these things, suggestions and lessons, can help entrench microinsurance in Kenya. So coming to you, Kevin, as we come to your final round of your final question. I'm very interested, because we said when we started that we would like to move from theory to practice. We've discussed a lot of theory around microinsurance this morning. But just for our audience listening to us, in practice, I'm very curious. And when the Reverend said, boda boda 50 bob, I was looking at Anne, because Anne said maximum is 40. I was like, somebody is going to get in trouble. But I'm curious, in the markets in which you operate, we are talking about, our informal sector. What does the actual, using examples, actual payment structure look like? Say, you have your house help who works for you. You have your, fundi at home doing some construction around the compound. Your boda guy. How much are they actually paying in terms of premiums, in practical terms? And what channels are you using? So are they, writing a check? Are they doing mobile payments? Are they paying in cash? In practice, how is it working for Badview?
Okay, thank you for that question. So I'll just add on what Dr. said in terms of the welfare product that we have. So the 50 shillings is for, there are many benefits in that product. So we have last expense, we have personal accident, medical. So the regulator, as per the micro insurance regulation, it's supposed to be 40 shillings per day per benefit. So it means it should not exceed 14,400 per benefit per year. So just to clarify
so that's a fantastic clarification. So in this sense, essentially what you're saying is that for 50 shillings and they are getting 3 benefits,
exactly,
you've really, really priced it appropriately.
Exactly. Yeah. So so that's how it is. And now in terms of what we are doing, number one, there is no paperwork at Badview. So the customer journey is very high, is fully digital. So you just go online and then you purchase a product. Once you purchase, there is an STK push, you pay on the M-Pesa, and you get the policy document instantly. So we have really tried to eliminate paperwork involving in it, and also for Rupha 360, for the providers now for the facilities, we have developed a platform where now the members can directly register on that portal, and they provide their details. And the threshold is only 2 employees, so it means that all of us can join the Rupha 360. So that link, once you fill your details, and also there's an extension where you can do a last expense for the parents and the parents-in-law, or what you call extended family, and also the nuclear family. So we are doing that just to fasten the process, because again, if we wait for, let's say, the employer to fill the details, it will be there will be a delay. So that link is available. So I believe the Rupha 360 I've shared to all of us. So that's another way. The onboarding is highly automated, and then claims processing. We do e-claims processing. So the provider can directly upload the e-claim on our provider module, so that it is queued on our system, and at our hand we are able to approve that. So those are some of the things that we are doing. And for micro, you realize that if you don't automate some of these things, you'll not be able to manage it. And what I see is that we are trying to ensure that there is no paperwork involved at any instance. So I believe I've answered that. Yeah. So it is fully automated.
Thank you, Kevin.
Yeah.
And for the beneficiaries, how do they pay?
For the beneficiaries,
the people who are buying the product,
they can pay via M-Pesa, they can pay via the bank. So on our portal, you can easily see, you can pay via the M-Pesa, via the card, or via the bank transfer. So there are many multiple ways of payment.
multi-channel.
Yeah, multi-channel.
Thank you so much. And that brings me finally to our regulator. I'm curious. These products, microinsurance products, are rapidly developing. Now that we have a regulation in place, now that we have a market that needs these products, you can see, so the products that Liaison and Badview have developed, that they are working with Rupha with, there are many more other insurance companies that are coming up with them. And we are going to see in the next few years, my own estimation is many more products coming out. So from your point of view, 2 questions. The first one is, what do you see as the biggest risk microinsurance poses to the insurance ecosystem, specifically healthcare? What is the biggest risk that if they are not properly structured, what do you as the regulator see as the biggest risk that microinsurance products can pose? And secondly, with the social health authority, social health insurance, how is microinsurance positioned? Is it a complementer? Can we view it as a complementer, or is there a risk that it will be a competitor? Now, I'm just looking at it this way, that both microinsurance and social health insurance are targeting the same household income basket. So if I have to put money in Badview, would that mean that now I don't have money to pay for SHA? Or is there a way where we see them working complementary? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brian. To answer the first question, I just want to set the context because this is the last question you're posing to me. And I just wanted to touch on the issue of distribution, which maybe the people who are here can take advantage of. Traditionally, insurance products are distributed by sales agents or intermediaries, and they have to be licensed by us. But the key thing in microinsurance is anybody can distribute. So I think it's something that the people who are here can take advantage, and Liaison and Badview will tell you, we just need a one-day training and you're able to distribute and you make something out of it. So it is very key so that anybody now can be able to do it. So even the person at the farthest end of this country, where they say accessibility is not possible, you can have someone distributing from there. And the second thing that I wanted to talk about is the growth that has been there before we go to the risk. I'm looking at our report now. As compared to last year, we have 5 microinsurers who we've registered. And along with that, it comes the intermediaries who are Badview and Liaison. What does that mean? That microinsurance is growing. And right now, compared to last year, there's been a growth of 20% of the premium. What does that tell you? That microinsurance is entrenching itself in this nation. Now, when you talk about the risks that comes with microinsurance, from where I sit now, I have not seen, the only risk is on the development of the product. If we do not change our mindset and be able to come up with products that are not traditional products. So if we can differentiate our microinsurance products, then they'll be able to be purchased if they do not look like they mirror the traditional products. And that's what I think Liaison and Badview are doing, to make that distinctions that they are not the normal. Because what the policy asks us is what is the difference. And we need to come out with what the distinction is. The risk would be not making them affordable, not making them accessible, and not making it sustainable, as I said before, because that means that we will lose in terms of that product. Now, when it comes to issues of SHA, microinsurance will complement SHA. We have talked, I have had the providers talking about over-reliance of SHA and the fact that sometimes there are issues with SHA. So if you market microinsurance properly, then it will be able to complement SHA and also complement the traditional products. Because sometimes if you're in some parts of the rural areas, and the providers will tell us, I don't know whether some of those, I've seen the list of panels that those other high-end products cover. There's some hospitals they do not cover, they do not exclude. I mean, they exclude. But I feel that microinsurance then fills in that gap because it covers everybody. And maybe you can attest to that, you are the providers. I've seen the panels, which these other bigger, the insurance product, the medical insurance cover, they exclude some. So for me, I don't see a competition there. And from a government point of view, we're looking for universal health care. And SHA is not only the solution. The solution comes from the private insurance companies, the normal companies. It comes from what we've introduced, the microinsurance, and it is also complemented by SHA. So for universal health care to be fully implemented, it needs different players. It cannot be done by SHA alone. And you have seen that SHA has limits in terms of the benefits it gives. So microinsurance can come. Policyholder can use the microinsurance and fill in vis-a-vis. So you know it enables that policyholder to have a bigger benefit than they would have just under SHA. So for me, I see it complements very well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Anne. And you said a lot of interesting things, especially about distribution and the fact that microinsurance removes a lot of barriers that have been there traditionally so that we can have access expanded across the country. And the other thing that you mentioned very strongly is complementarity. And you have also mentioned that the market is growing. This 20% growth in premiums is very interesting. And the challenge you put out to the hospitals is to take advantage of the opportunity that is there with microinsurance products and help Kenyans expand access not only to healthcare but also to all other insurance products. And so with that, I think we've come to the close of our panel discussion. And as I mentioned as we started, we will do this slightly differently. The keynote address will come at the end, and I'm happy Julius is here. He will have about 7 minutes to just make remarks around where the industry is going in terms of microinsurance. I see in the audience a lot of providers who have experience with microinsurance products. I also see providers who have been developing such kind of products themselves. And I hope that this discussion has enlightened you, challenged you, and shown you a lot of opportunities that are available. One thing that is very clear from what our panelists have said is that microinsurance can expand access. It can expand access across Kenya, and it is also very clear that we are not merely spectators to an industry that is growing, but with microinsurance, you are part and parcel of it. You are playing the game. And so with that, I would like to invite you to give a round of applause to my very, very wonderful panel. Asanteni sana. So we can take our seats. So Julius, the floor is yours. Feel free to use
Madam Anne Chelagat, my regulator, Chairman Rupha, and many partners who are here. Good morning. Yes, I'm so happy to be here talking about the solutions for this country, the solutions for the partners that we work closely together, and the solutions here being created by the members within this hall. In 2010, Chairman, we passed a constitution which talked about participation. That everything that we are doing, any ideas that we are bringing to this country, is that we will need ourselves to be part of the people who have created it, who have owned it. And I can tell you about the Rupha 360 was created and owned by the people in this room, but all of us here. We gave our ideas, we went out to the market and looked for the solutions that will work for us, that will also work for each and everyone in our families and beyond. And I am happy to be in this conference to speak about the same, to speak about the good news. And I will start with a simple story. 2,000 years plus ago, somebody came to this world, looked for 12 good people, some good news. After 33 years he left. When he left today, the world has billions of people giving the same gospel that Jesus Christ gives. When I see this hall, we are more than the 12. So if we have a solution that we have come up with, and we can be able to go out there, the way the 12 disciples did, how long will it take us to make sure this country is universally covered in terms of healthcare? To take us like less than a year, isn't it? That is the gospel that I want us to preach. The gospel I want us to preach, and I want us to preach it in very few tenets that even the panelists here have discussed about. One is, who are the partners in this specific solution that we have come up with? One, the partners is ourselves. And we start with each provider which has registered under Rupha. all those partners are part and parcel of beneficiaries. They are actually the first beneficiaries of this, plus the employees that you have. Sometimes, and I like to quote the good book, that somebody said you can be a preacher who preaches wine and takes water, or the other way around. Okay? So if you are being told the best solution that you can get for your cover for today and tomorrow is through Rupha 360, then I will have a lot of confidence, because I am getting it from the people who have a lot of knowledge about what we have. So this solution that we have, one, is very accessible to each and everyone. Two, we are the distributors of it. Our regulator has told us very well that we only need 1 day training, and this training through your secretariat, we have been able to do them. We have even a whole calendar of continuing doing them even from today. So we can set ourselves standards and say, and our own targets, that from this time, this is the declaration that we want to do, that we make sure that this same solution that we have come up with, we will be able to give it to our people, to give it to ourselves, and be able to do it within even the second quarter of this year. The other one is about how accessible this cover is, or this solution is, and we are the consumers of it. The first panel, which even our partner Badview has talked about, is each of you is part of the panel. We don't want this panel to be outside the Rupha members. So every member, we have designed a specific registration, which is again one pager, to make sure that when it is approved by the Secretariat, it's approved by liaison, and also it's approved by Badview. We don't want those long service level agreements, contracts that we do, that take all our time. Even some small prints you have never been able to read, you have never been able to look at them. And the time there's a problem, that is the time now somebody will quote. You know, we have the legal profession, which looks for those gaps within what we are signing up. But it's a very simple one, agreed by the MOU that we have been able to sign together with the Rupha, to make sure that it works for you, because this is your own product that you have. The other one we have talked about is how we are going also to create efficiencies in this specific solution so that you can be able to access the cover. We have the systems. We have also system through Rupha. We have our paperless system through also, which we work closely with Badview and LCT Africa, making sure the TAT of even the specific days that our regulators talked about, they will not even be reached. We are working within claims to be paid within 5 days. So it assists you even in terms of cash flow. It also assists you in terms of your own planning. It also assists you in making sure that you have a return from what you have been able to save on. The other one, we have worked out on payment plans. Worked on very good payment plans that when you join, because our act says cash and carry, we have partners to make sure that the cash and carry is taken care of, while we work out on how you yourself, you can be able to pay within that specific plans that you have agreed with your secretariat. And that one, I can tell you, it works. And even we have testimonies within here that immediately we launched this cover, it has already started working. And people are enjoying the cover, and it is actually complementing so much on our share. And at the end of the day, I want to sit as part of the people who have been able to create that universal health coverage to the country, not leaving it only to the way Kenyans talk about that serikali haijatufanyia hii, serikali haijatufanyia hii. You are actually the government, and you can be able to come up with solutions that will assist that government. They will give us the enabling environment which will make us now be able to create those solutions which they will support us, and our country will reach where we want to be. As I said earlier, medical is an enabler. And if you have no medical cover, We have seen how many WhatsApp groups we are. I say those are also part of insurances. There are those ones who say, in case of a problem, I'll create a WhatsApp group because I have a social network somewhere there. But how do you feel when you are going there and somebody tells you, I had an insurer, it is only because it has been exceeded. That's the way I'm looking for you. You go there with a lot of more positive thinking than the person who didn't even think about it. So I want us to think a way that we are creating avenues for our own growth, avenues for our own business to thrive, and avenues to create solutions to ourselves. Every good thing starts with you. Kuna mtu aliniambia Mswahili akianza kuhesabu, he always starts with the number 2. If you tell him, give me 5 people to come and assist me on a certain benefit that I want to give you, you'll start with number 2 because always he's number 1. So every time, every benefit that you are creating, see how it can affect you as a person, how the benefits that you are getting as a person, as your business, and also in the future. Create sustainable measures, and one of the measures that we have created is that every system, every partner within this product that we have created benefits in one way or the other. The insurer will get the cash, the premiums. Hospitals will create sustainable ways of income. Our system that also we have created, they will make sure that the premiums or the costing that we have discussed about are measured in a certain way that they will not reach those limits for the cost to be very high. Even when we go to the normal corporate insurances that we usually have, which have higher benefits and with bigger hospitals that we have talked about, remember, most of the claims are below 500,000. And I think IRAs, yeah. Most of the claims that we talk about, over 60%, you'll find there is no claim which has passed those many higher limits. 1 million and above, there are very few, meaning we'll have been able to cover a bigger population that we usually have. So to me, today, Chairman, even mine is just to say, let us go out, let us sell what we have been able to create. Let us also discuss about it with all our partners, and let us create an ecosystem that others will be able to look for. Because insurance in Kenya has remained at a very low penetration rate of 2.4% for many years. And there is no reason for us not to create it. If we create innovation ideas, if we create products that can be able now to take care of the 97, then at the end of the day, we'll have made our own. We have insurance as a basic need in many other areas in Kenya. But when you go to the developed world, you find you are renting a house, they must ask you whether you must see the cost, including insurance itself there. Why can't we reach those levels? Can only reach to those levels by creating these products like Rupha 360, which takes care of all of us at this time, and which can be sold by us, and which we can be able to go out and give experiences on what the benefits that we have gotten. So to me, that is the question that I want to pose to you, and I am sure the next time I'll be here, I'll be talking about the good news, about the numbers, and about where we are with this good innovation that we have done. With those few remarks, I say thank you from Liaison Management. Thank you for inviting us, and we'll continue engaging further. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our brother JK. I'm sitting in for the chair who just going to receive His Excellency the Ambassador for India, who is also our guest. Karibuni sana. Thank you. You're welcome, Your Excellency. and all our guests, karibu sana. We just want to take a detour to do the official opening of this function, and then we can proceed with the rest of our program. So let me the team that was setting up the ribbon cutting, please go ahead and do it here so that we can do that immediately, and then we progress on with our program. As they do that is our band, Karibu. Our band, if you are around. Okay, that's fine. Just put it somewhere. Good. Yeah, thank you so much. I think it's that simple. Makasi inakuja pia. And there we are. Thank you so much. That marks the official opening of our convention today. We really appreciate our guests for that wonderful ribbon cutting. All right. So we will allow the ambassador and team to get to the other side. Probably they will be joining us later.
So, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for witnessing the official opening of the Rupha 2026 Annual Convention and Medical Expo, which we are working in partnership with Kenya Pharma and the Indian High Commission. So, our DJ, now you can mute. So it's my pleasure, my distinct pleasure, to welcome a very distinguished guest, Dr. Nazila Ganatra, who is the Director in charge of the Directorate of Health Products and Technologies at the Ministry of Health. Dr. Ganatra is here to represent Ministry of Health, who are our key partners for this year's annual convention. And she will also be representing the Director General for Health, who has been our friend for many years and supported this association, this association's mandate. So Dr. Ganatra will deliver remarks on behalf of the Director General for Health, and it is our pleasure to have you here, Daktari. Karibu sana.
Good morning, everyone. So I'll be reading the speech on behalf of our Director General for Health, Dr. Patrick Amo, and I'll proceed. Distinguished guests, leaders from government and industry, healthcare professions, and partners. It is my honor to welcome you to the Kenya Healthcare Week 2026. I also wish to commend the Rural and Urban Private Hospitals Association of Kenya, Kenya Pharma Healthcare for convening this very important national platform that brings together key players in our health sector. Kenya's health sector is not just undergoing reform, it is undergoing a structural transformation anchored in the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda. This agenda recognizes a simple but very powerful truth that health is the foundation of economic growth. Through the Social Health Authority, the government aims to ensure all Kenyans have access to a healthier, more equitable future through a comprehensive coverage and quality of care without financial worry. Ladies and gentlemen, a country cannot grow when its people are sick, its hospitals are struggling, and the medicines are unavailable. Strengthening healthcare, therefore, is not just a health priority, but it is a national economic imperative. Allow me to ground this discussion in reality today. By one, out-of-pocket health expenditure still accounts for a significant share of household spending, exposing families to financial risk. Delayed claims and reimbursement cycles continue to strain hospital operations. Demand for quality, safe, and accountable care is rising faster than system capacity. At the same time, digital health and artificial intelligence are rapidly redefining how care is delivered. As we move towards universal health coverage, the government is implementing critical reforms to ensure predictable and sustainable health financing, efficient provider payment systems, strengthened primary healthcare, and increased investment in the local manufacturing and supply chain resilience. The Ministry of Health, together with the Digital Health Authority, has been in the process of developing and implementing a digital superhighway that seeks to transform healthcare delivery through integration of cutting-edge digital technologies, including a national logistics management system with an integrated track and trace system that will manage the head products and technology supply chain in the country from end to end. The theme of this conference, From Reform to Resilience, is therefore both strategic and very timely. Reform without resilience is fragile, neither lasting nor deliver real change to our people. We must continue to build facilities and systems that remain financially viable, process claims efficiently and transparently with a secure and responsive supply chain. This forum comes at a very important time for our country and for our health sector. It brings together the full healthcare ecosystem, policymakers, healthcare providers, financiers, technology leaders, innovators, and development partners into one integrated conversation about the future of healthcare in Kenya. As we meet here, we must move beyond dialogue to delivery, beyond discussions to decisions, and beyond ideas to implementation. The time for conversations alone has passed. The time for building resilient systems is now. Over the next 3 days, I urge us to focus on 3 key national priorities. 1, strengthen healthcare financing by addressing claim inefficiencies, hospital cash flow challenges, and the sustainability of insurance models, because when financing works, hospitals function, healthcare workers are motivated, suppliers are paid, and patient receives care on time. Number 2, driving digital and AI transformation. Invest in interoperable health information systems, AI-enabled hospital workflows, real-time data, and so therefore digital technology simplifies the care, improves efficiency, and strengthens transparency and accountability across the healthcare system. And number 3, strengthen the quality and patient safety. Ensure adherence to standards, measurable safety outcomes, and continuous quality improvement, because access to healthcare must mean access to safe, effective, and dignified care. Ladies and gentlemen, the bottom-up agenda calls on us to deliver practical, people-centered solutions through strong public-private partnership, scalable innovations, and concrete commitments that will build a resilient, efficient, equitable, and high-quality healthcare system for all Kenyans. Together, we must build a resilient, efficient, and equitable healthcare that works for every Kenyan and leaves no one behind. Let this forum deliver partnerships, innovations, and actionable commitments that will help us build that resilient, efficient, equitable, and high-quality healthcare system for every Kenyan. I therefore declare this forum officially open and wish you all fruitful deliberations as we work together to shape the future of healthcare in our country. Thank you very much. Asante.
Thank you so much, Daktari. Karibu sana, you may sit. And thank you for representing MOH. And thank you for the good work that you do and the partnership that you have together with us as Rupha. Can we give a round of applause to Daktari again? Yeah, 3 points have been given to us, a challenge. By the close of this conference, we need to carry out some answers. And to help us develop those answers, we will have a brief panel here before we take our break. And I want to invite the panelists right away so that we have this discussion while it is still hot. And I want to ask the Vice Chair of CAF, Geoffrey Ogola, who is in the house, to join me as a panelist here. Please, a round of applause for Geoffrey Ogola. I saw Dr. Chris. Dr. Chris is taking a break, before break. All right. Okay, somebody help me get Dr. Chris and Dr. Maxwell from RFH. I think they've just taken a walk kidogo. We need to have them here. Thank you. I hope, Pacifica, you are doing that. Okay, so that we have the two gentlemen come so that we can take that discussion further. We appreciate so much the challenge that has been given to us by the MOH and my joy. Yeah, karibu sana daktari. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Maxwell, CEO RFH. And I'm now looking for my good brother from Chuck. He should be here on the time. And let me also bring in the moderator for the session, Dr. Brian Lishenga, the chairman of Rural and Urban Private Hospital Association. Karibu sana daktari. Please take your seat and moderate this session. Yeah, I was just saying because as they take their seats, the first challenge was the issue of cash flow within facilities. And I think I was the first one to smile on that. Very good point. And we would also want to hear the perspective of those three elements from the MOH themselves. And so I will bring in again Dr. Ganatra on stage so that we can hear directly from MOH how you intend to see this done. So karibu sana daktari. Dr. Chris, wherever you are, I need you here. Dr. Chris Baraza.
Now some of you might still be in that place. You're trying to get out. Just follow me. I'll get you there. You can try and read my lyrics off, but it's capable.
Okay, Dr. Kigondu is also supposed to be in this panel. I will actually excuse Daktari. She had another engagement, and we really appreciate. Yeah, thank you so much. Dr. Simon Kigondu is also, I know you must take coffee before you come here, Daktari, but you can proceed with that. I can hand over for the discussion to start, and then Dr. Kigondu will join us. Karibu, Dr.
So thank you so much. Just to make sure my panelists have their microphones. Okay, so as we wait for, I can see Dr. Kigondu, Chairman of Kenya Medical Association, is coming. Welcome, Daktari. Welcome, Daktari. A round of applause for Dr. Kigondu. Welcome, Mr. President. All right, so we have a short discussion before tea break, and this is really a discussion for you as healthcare providers, centering on your experiences with the reforms. As you are aware, our theme for this year is From Reforms to Resilience, Building Sustainable Quality Healthcare Systems for Kenya. So I know the audience in this room have been through quite a journey. You've been through quite a journey over the last 2 years around the reforms with the Social Health Authority. And we've heard from Dr. Ganatra about the policy direction that the Ministry of Health is taking. Now, we want to bring the audience in and center this discussion appropriately where it matters, and that is for service providers and patients. Now, to set us off, I have a very excellent panel here. On my extreme right is Dr. Simon Kigondu, an accomplished obstetrician gynecologist by profession, and the current president of the Kenya Medical Association. I should mention I am your member at KMA, so I am sitting with my president here. We have Dr. Maxwell Okoth, who is an accomplished entrepreneur in the healthcare space. Very familiar name for those of you who are in this space, has done tremendous work under RFH and really trailblazing as far as the private sector contribution to healthcare is concerned. And then on my left, I have Godfrey. Do I always get it right? It's Geoffrey or Godfrey? So I have Godfrey, who is the vice chairman of the Kenya Association of Private Hospitals, which is a partner association to Rupha. And he brings a different perspective as to what your experiences have been as members of the Kenya Association of Private Hospitals. We'll be joined shortly by Dr. Chris Baraza, who is the chairman and who is the General Secretary and CEO of the Christian Hospital Association of Kenya. So I'm going to, start with President KMA, the discussion around social health authority, and we are focusing now on policy. It's a very simple question. We are looking at SHA financing and service delivery reality. This is where we are focused. Are the current contribution structures and generally the contributions that Social Health Authority is bringing in, are they sufficient to sustain providers, or are we still asking facilities to absorb gaps in the system?
Thank you very much, Brian. Ironically, I've come from a presentation of the same thing to the Parliamentary Committee on Health in a KEPSA funded sort of invitation just this morning before we came here. So, and I'll probably repeat what I said there. When this new government brought in the Social Health Authority and replaced NHIF, we, and I remember a lot of the people here participated, public participation. So we actually participated. What we can say is that because the government was in a hurry to push the act forward, our participation was documented but probably not implemented. And on several things. One, my particular push in participating in the SHA Act was to avoid some of the problems that we had in the previous NHIF. I'll just give one example. Linda Mama. Linda Mama was a project purported to be an excellent project for maternal health, but it made providers suffer. Think about it. You're paid 6,000 shillings. I don't know whether my ROI were being paid 6,000 shillings for a delivery. Even if you deliver 1 million women, 6,000 shillings is not enough to pay for the water to clean up a delivery. So what does that do? And I'll just use that as an example. What does that do? It forces people into fraud, so that you're claiming for 4 deliveries, but doing 1, you see? And therefore, you must look at policies as enablers of fraud. So what has happened in SHA? They put a list of services to be paid for. And they have more exclusions than inclusions. And therefore, in effect, they have transferred the payment of health services to out of pocket. So if you want to do a biopsy of the cervix, I'm a gynecologist, it is not listed as a payable in what has been gazetted to be paid for. So what does that mean? Anyone with cancer of the cervix needing a biopsy will have to pay out of pocket. So they have effectively transferred the payment to you. The very opposite of what SHA should be doing. Secondly, they have put a system that makes it so difficult for you to do anything. The doctor is supposed to make the decision. When you say that someone is going to theater for an appendix, and you write appendicectomy, but when you open, you find that it is the gallbladder that is ruptured. Then you remove the gallbladder. SHA will not pay you. They say that you put appendix, but now you're claiming for gallbladder. So SHA is purporting to be the doctor. It is purporting to take over what you're doing. Just to conclude, because there are many things we can say. My friend, Dr. Diana Marion, I hope she'll forgive me for saying this. One reason why she decided to go into SHA was that one day, for a patient in They were operating as a gyne oncology team in Kenyatta. And you know what cancer of the vulva can do. You need very many experts to treat you. After a 12-hour surgery, which included the gyne oncology, where you remove the vulva, the urologist, where you divert the urine, the plastic surgeons who put back, sort of everything as they are, and another team. SHA said, one, you cannot put more than one procedure. But you see, in that 12-hour procedure, they have 14. Yeah? Two, they paid 50,000 for 1 million plus. So my experience with SHA is that one, the gazetted things to pay for are so much less than private insurance. Two, the amount of money they are paying from the 15% who are being extracted to pay for the whole population is, what do I say? As in, it's not fair. Yeah. Then three, we have increased out-of-pocket expenditure. And four, using my example where my parents used to go and get primary healthcare services and NHIF pays, now I have to pay. So in effect, what has it done to me, SHA? I'll give you my experience, SHA. SHA has increased my out-of-pocket expenditure. SHA has increased by times 1,000 the amount of money I give to SHA. SHA has reduced the number of services I can get. And finally, when I went to get my daughter treated with a civil servant's cover, the hospital I went to, Brian had called for a strike, and they were not taking SHA. So it has decreased my access. So that's my summary of social. We need to rethink SHA.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for Dr. Kigondi. So what a way to start us off. It's thrown the spanner into my questions. But I'm going to try and bring this. Chris, have you caught your breath? Yes. So, Chris, do you have a mic? You have a mic? I'm hoping you pay your SHA premiums.
Quite handsomely.
Okay, you pay your SHA premiums, and you do your tax returns.
Quite well.
Okay. So I'm curious, just connecting to what Dr. Kigondo is saying, how much are you paying now compared with when we had NHIF?
At a personal level, you may make people start calculating my salary. But let me just say that if I do the math, I'm paying about 6 times what I used to pay during NHIF times. But I'm still more or less getting the same benefit.
All right.
Yeah.
So the quick question I have for you is, whether from your knowledge as General Secretary of the Christian Hospital Association of Kenya and as a gynecologist as well, do you think that Social Health Authority is collecting enough revenue to be sustainable?
Yeah, that's a very deep question. My thinking and my straight answer is definitely no. And I'll give you the reasons why that's the case. If you do the math in terms of the number of people, and I want us to separate between registration for SHA and paying, because what I've been hearing a lot actually, and it's good to have what we call output indicators. So we've been focusing a lot on how many people have enrolled or registered on SHA, but we are not getting in terms of how many people are actually paying for SHA on a regular basis. So based on the conversations I've had with some leadership, there's definitely a big gap between the monthly disbursements, or rather the monthly contributions, and what actually is supposed to be. So there's a big gap in terms of what are the premiums that are supposed to be paid and what's actually being paid. And the second thing is that gap is clearly evident on the provider end, because when we provide the services and then we expect the services to be paid for, including the ones that have been cleared completely by the system, but we don't get paid, the question we've been asking is, could there be a challenge in terms of the amount of money available to pay us in time? And basically what that means is that we are not getting paid in time because there's no money in the first place to pay in time. But I want to assure all of us that no one will clearly tell you there's no money to pay all of us. But we've done the math, we've done the mathematics ourselves, even from the faith-based perspective, and we know actually what is being paid up on a monthly basis is not sufficient to do disbursements for that matter. The third thing I wanted to just talk about in relation to that, Brian, and allow me to say that we've had this conversation before. From my own perspective, I think the design on paper for SHA was very well thought out, but it was an academic design. In terms of implementation, there are quite a significant number of things that were not factored in. So the challenge we have is actually implementation. And you'll find that if you read SHA, Chief, and all those aspects in terms of, it will pass very well for an academic paper for a PhD. But in terms of implementation, kwa ground, vitu ni tofauti. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Chris, for that. You want to give a round of applause to Chris? So Chris says a gap between ideas and implementation. And we have fantastic ideas, but the ideas are not grounded in reality. So this is an important, and important point. I want to bring in Dr. Maxwell. This whole idea of grounding ideas, theory and reality. Now, from your perspective as somebody who runs a chain of healthcare facilities, I want to be very direct here. So, without timely and predictable payments, there is no system that can be said to be sustainable. Now, to what extent has your hospital chain experienced this, the gap between the actual policy and your cash flows, predictable and timely payments? And just in line with that, is there anything that can be done to ensure that providers are paid on time and with realistic tariffs? Maybe I should point out at that point, is your hospital taking SHA?
I was happy that you had excluded me from the SHA discussion, but you brought it back. Yeah, we receive payments. I want to be very fair, because I believe in objectivity. We are about 70% of our claims that we have submitted that has been paid, and so give credit where it's due. I always look at things from a glass is half full as opposed to half empty. But let's leave SHA aside, because it's not just SHA. As a hospital operator for 13 years, there are things that as industry players we need to sit down and tackle with reality. It is a system problem. It is not a SHA problem. I'll tell you this confidently. We are in business. And forgive me because people don't want to hear that. But that is the truth of the matter. It's only that we are in a business that is sensitive and emotionally touching to lives of people. And so we need to be sensitive to that. But at the end of the day, it has to be sustainable. This is the only sector that if you are doing financial returns, you will never issue dividends. And so if tomorrow I listed my business in Nairobi Stock Exchange, forever you can be sure we'll never declare dividends. Why am I saying this? Tell me anybody who has raised claims and received 100% of their payment within that year. Because there's a mismatch between the insurance company that collects premiums, let's say if their year runs from January 1st to 31st December. On the 1st of the next year, your cover lapses. But the provider who has provided service, on the 1st of the next year, most of his claims have not been paid. And the insurer collects again. So we need to come back as industry players and lobby for policies that say premium and payments need to go hand in hand. so that by the last quarter of the financial year, we have done sign-offs, and I know this money is coming. Because you will find you have raised, and your books are, you do your books, and let's say you declare profits of, let's say, 100,000, but that profit will never be with you. It is on paper. And you'll keep accumulating and accumulating. So if, let's say, I'm not mentioning any insurance, but I say I raise claims to that insurance, January they pay me 80% of my claims. I have accumulated 20%. February another 70%, 30% goes. So you find your receivables keep growing. So we are in an industry where we are always striving to survive. You understand? So we are just keeping the wheel rolling. And so for you, the irony is, me, I'm a person, they can say your institution is that person. So if I don't pay a supplier, they say, you have not paid me, as Maxwell. They forget there's an individual and an institution. But the issue is a system issue. And this system issue covers the pharma industry, the medical equipment industry, the employees, even the government in terms of statutories. Until we fix this, the cash flow problem in healthcare will never end. Number two, somebody needs to come up with a solution to understand healthcare financing and work around it. But before we sort the policy of the cash flow cycle in healthcare system, none of these things will ever change. And I find people go into healthcare because they see, oh, so-and-so opened a branch and now there are this number of branches, and they think it's rosy. After 2 months, they're like, hey, I have opened, I think I'm tired, I cannot run. Because they were used to selling mari-mari. You know mari-mari, you come from China, you pick, you sell, you go bring another container, and life moves on. Healthcare is different. And so, as we discuss cash flow in healthcare, we have to be intentional about policy, specifically for healthcare. I tell people, if payment was being done within the cycle, cost of operations will go down, and cost of healthcare will go down. Today, I have to employ credit control team. I have to employ an insurance liaison person who ensures that I smile with the insurance every day, so that we are together. You understand? And then I have to employ somebody who now drives that traffic. These are costs we can avoid, because these costs still go back to the cost of healthcare. So if we are serious about universal healthcare as a country, we need to look at what inputs drive the cost of healthcare and do away with those ones we can do away with. And these are very easy things to sort out. Somebody has collected premiums, they've done their actuarial collections. If they are genuine with each other, we need to close premium and payments per one-to-one. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maxwell, and for bringing in that very interesting perspective. I think you basically have said the ball is in our court as well. And how do we fix the health sector? The solutions have to come from healthcare providers driving this change. So this is my final round of questions, and just before that, Geoffrey, I have an interesting question for Kenya Association of Private Hospitals. Just looking ahead, 2 to 3 years from now, what does a stable healthcare system look like for Kenya Association of Private Hospitals? What are some of the things you want to see in the next 2 to 3 years that define stability for this sector?
Thank you, Chair. And one of the greatest milestone, and I want to echo Dr. Maxwell. PPP is very important when it comes to healthcare. As private sectors, we are not alone. One thing we are seeing, especially in our ecosystem in healthcare, there's a lot of fragmentation that we see. This kind of fragmentation is what now creates this heavy burden. If you try to look at the healthcare iceberg model, what we are seeing in private sector is just a minute what can be seen on the physical. But beneath that mountain, there is a lot. And I am happy with the theme of today, even the resilience bit. The private sector and also the public bit, we need to have, these in maybe years to come, one single system that communicates across board. Look at maybe, you talked about the macro insurance or the micro insurance in the morning here. How many systems do we have? I think each of the insurance is bringing up their own system. That itself, as Max puts it, is an hidden cost. This cost must be provided and must be tallied to. What happens? We end up having with a high cost of out-of-pocket payments. This itself now reduces that access to healthcare. Another key important aspect, especially in these provisions of healthcare, is the role the private sector is playing, especially on the accessibility. Rupha is doing an amazing job. Right from the roots where we have the machinani, this is where the cornerstone of healthcare lies. The healthcare of our nation lies on that primary. We are talking more and looking at the tertiary level, which is not. The apex has no issue, because in the apex here, many people can afford. I love the work, Dr. Chris, how much? Meaning Chris here is able to afford. But unless we have that triangle of looking at the accessibility in this healthcare and having that funding model that supports the primary healthcare, then these healthcare issues might just be a merit for us. But this funding, especially the primary healthcare, screening, look at the weight disease burden. Dr. Ngundo, I believe you talked about this. The disease burden, especially in the rural factors areas, is quite heavy. Late diagnosis, late screening is very rampant. Why? Because the healthcare cost is increasing day and night. Unless we forget, I believe economists in the room, the impact of COVID-19 right now is when the healthcare is really feeling it. Why? We have seen even the issues of the taxation of the product, the medical product that we have. This itself in the private sector, 3 years, we want to see a harmonization of all these sectors. And I thank Dr. Kigondu through your leadership. There is a lot of policy documentation that were well thought of. But the issue of implementation is becoming an issue that really need to have a national dialogue. Look, for example, NHF. NHF had around 27 acts. That was just mirroring that. Now let's look at the SHE Act. Quite a number of acts. But are they operational? Is the wheel running? This itself is going to be a bottleneck in access delivery when it comes to the healthcare. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Geoffrey. And so our panel, for just a final round of questions, just one question for each of you. Same question. What is the one policy or operational change that you would like to see implemented fastest to reform and stabilize the healthcare system in Kenya? Just one. If Kigondu was in charge of healthcare in Kenya, the one policy or operational change that you would want to see that would stabilize the healthcare system in the country?
Yeah, so I would pay the health providers. I mean...
You would pay them on time?
No, SHA needs to pay. NHIF legacy debts, 33 billion you pay. 4 billion will not pay us everything. We thank them for budgeting, but pay. Then the current SHA debt, which has taken 1 year. It has taken SHA 1 year to incur a debt of 43 billion, and it took 6 years to incur 33 billion. Kama serikali haiwezi lipa 33 billion, which incurred in 6 billion, what makes you think they will pay the 43 billion SHA debt that they're incurring now? So next year it will be 86. Then the year after that, then they'll liquidate the authority. I mean, let's get serious. You know, we need to start speaking the truth. So the one thing that we need to implement is speaking the truth. If you owe me 10 shillings, do not reject my claim because I didn't sign. Do not stop admitting more hospitals to giving care because you do not want more deaths. Do not stop people from joining Mwalimu scheme because you don't want more deaths. You just pay the bloody thing. If the thing is not working, it's not working. When we went we predicted this anyway. During the crafting of the Social Health Authority Act, we told them this cannot work. What did they tell us? You have 3 funds, brilliant PhD ideas that Baraza has said. SHIF was supposed to be contributory. 2 0.5% of revenues. Already that is unfair because we already give government 30%. So you cannot come, as the president always says the rich will be supporting the poor. No, we are already paying 30%. That's already equity. So the extra 2.75% is inequity. You're already taking from the people who have already given 30%. So that theory already is wrong. We gave them an option. We said, it's okay. You can cap it at 5,000. They refused. They went ahead and sneaked in the 2.75%. The people who are being charged 2.75% are the people who are already paying black tax. I pay 2.75%, plus I pay for my parents, plus I pay. So already the grounding, the principles on which SHA is based is wrong, and it's a lie. It's a political lie. The second thing is that you promised, and I was with the parliamentarians today, you have a primary healthcare fund, brilliant. If you support the primary healthcare fund, they told us they will give 50 billion shillings per year to the primary healthcare fund. How much did they give last year? Ilikuwa ngapi? Hata si 13, it was 6. 13 is now the year after. So someone has promised you 50 billion gives you 6. They promised the emergency, chronic and critical illness fund will be given 75 billion shillings. How much did they give last year? 0. So we can't live a lie. They were hoping that the social health insurance fund will have so much that it will cover for their lies in ECF and PCF. It doesn't. I think it's a high time we started telling each other the truth. We stop these, we have 30 million people registered. 30 million people registered and only 3 million are paying. You cannot have that. If you are in a private business, that business would not last 2 days. But just because you have government facilities, let's say, which are running on some form of public funding, then it gives a perception that health is running. So the one change that we want money for services provided. It's not money for free. So let's stop cheating people about this social health thing.
Do you think I should have told my panelists what to say and not what to say? Thank you so much, Dr. Kigondo. You have summed that up very well. Maxwell, you actually said we focus on key policy changes that we can drive away from the SHA discussion into the private sector. What can we do to change and make healthcare sustainable?
It all boils down to one thing. As long as we don't talk financing, we are lying to ourselves. As a hospital operator, I come from a point where I could use to start a facility. Today, that is the license of one regulator. So we need to sit down as an industry and discuss a healthcare financing bill. Under that bill, because as long as regulation is high, the cost goes high. Unify regulation, unify one license, make it easier. Regulate the payers, because the payers today, and I'm talking about everyone, because I'm also a payer, because I also run a microinsurance. Regulate the payers so that they know they have an obligation. And that regulation needs to hold everyone accountable. As an operator, you are the one who has all liabilities, and the other side has no liability. Do not detain patients, do not take this, do not take this. You have costs to incur, including the same person who telling you that when they send a demand or an agency notice, you must comply. So for things to work, and if you're going to be honest about universal healthcare, to bring healthcare costs down, I keep telling people, let's discuss health as an economic issue, not as a social issue. We need to start having figures that tell us what is the contribution of health to the GDP of this country. So that when the treasury mandarins are discussing health, they don't think it's a consumer, they need to look at it as a producer. Today in Eastern Central Africa, we stand out as the best country in healthcare system. But if we don't change, Uganda is coming out very fast. I know of a company that went to invest in Uganda and didn't come to Kenya. Why? I don't know. So people are moving. They are not stuck. They are not stagnant. Otherwise, we will soon start discussing healthcare the way we are discussing the airport that Rwanda is building when we have not built. So we need to move, and that one bill that we would ask. And my request is this: Rupha, CAF, KMA, KCCB, we need to come together. As long as we pull in different directions, that is where we go wrong. So we have the same pain points. We have the same problems. We need to start understanding that our problems are one. Doctors, if the hospitals are not paid, for the longest time, hospital operators were blamed for payment of doctors. I will tell you, if the money flows, it trickles to the ground. No hospital operator would not want to pay the doctors because your key business is healthcare. So you can't run a healthcare facility without medical personnel. So it is a broken system that needs to be joined together, and let's have a policy that discards financing of healthcare. Once we do that, cost of inputs will come down. This is the only place where the dose of hypertensive drugs for 1 month is 1,000 times where it is in other countries. Why? Because we have intermediaries, and everybody wants to get what they can within a very short time. Let's simplify all these things. When we do that, all these problems, I always keep saying, what changes a system is not the big things. It's a small thing that changes and ripples out along the way. So let's go to that minute thing that we will discuss big words, big topics, big whatever. Our problem is one. Take all bills in parliament about detention of patients. As long as we don't discuss that payment flow, something else will come up to mitigate that. So you will release the bodies. Then the next day you are now seeing in newspaper, houses are being auctioned. So have you sorted a problem? No. I think that's it from me.
Thank you so much, Maxwell. And finally, just to my last two panelists, we'll start with Chris. Chris, what do you want to see changed? One thing that you want to see changed?
Thanks. Allow me to repeat a statement that I've kept on saying here, that we need to move away from the trap of what I usually call death by launch. And why I usually say that is because I did a bit of a survey. And what I noted is that actually Kenya has some of the best health-related policies globally. Okay? But where the brain starts beating us is that just a third of the policies that are usually launched are implemented or executed or disseminated. So it's not about policies, by the way. We have very good policies in this country. We just need to implement those policies the way they have been framed, as it were. So if my dream was to come through, it will actually boil down to the governance and execution of the policies that we have actually taken a lot of money and time to put together. And that's why I said initially, and let no one misrepresent the fact, I said that SHA is a very good document from an academic point of view, but we need to translate that academic paper into proper implementation strategies that can be able to provide what was envisioned in that paper that was put across, sent to Parliament, enacted, but now when it comes to implementation, I think we hit a snag. Maybe we didn't think about it very well in terms of implementation. And when I talk about that, basically governance, it boils down to certain aspects. Are we really accountable to the patients that we are serving? To whom are we accountable to as providers, as the country? Do we have a regulatory framework that assures the best quality to the patients that we serve? Or do we have loopholes that allow people masquerading as providers, and yet they are actually killing our patients? Then the third thing is, have we institutionalized our systems such that a policy that's applicable in the health space, it should not matter whether you are in private or government. You are providing service to a Kenyan. And if I have malaria and I go to a private hospital, the pathogen does not mutate because I've gone to a government hospital and not a private hospital. It remains malaria, protozoa for that matter. So how can we look at it from that perspective so that we institutionalize some of the things that we talk about so they can be able to serve the population that we have? And then the last thing, basically in relation to that, is what Maxwell has said. And Maxwell, thanks for challenging us. We must have transformative partnerships. Partnerships that will add value to the patient. Not partnerships that, in the health sector, most of the times I see a lot of fragmentation. How do we speak as one voice so that when we are going to meet the CS for health, actually we are meeting the CS of health as one voice. And the one voice is having a quality of care to the patient as the primary objective and nothing else. I rest my case.
Thank you so much, Chris. And finally, Geoffrey.
Thank you, and this is a very good opportunity, and maybe the next time we also need to have some of the payers being joined in this panel, because if you look at the health sector, I tend to look at health sector in a triangle format, where we have the payer, we have the patient, then we have the provider. But there seems to be a disconnect. And finally, looking at the population in Kenya, Kenya population, I think it's very young. But we seems to have a system where we tend to react instead of acting. Quite a number of things are within. And just to mention, as Maxwell puts it, we have one ecosystem known as the healthcare. It is not about the private, it is not about the public, but one ecosystem. But one thing that is hurting this ecosystem is a fragmentation. And that fragmentation will keep on increasing and increasing that cost of care, especially to the common mwananchi that really need a lot of safeguarding. The policy implementation is also another key area that we really need to focus on. A proper policy documentation, implementation, execution with proper people with no hidden agenda in terms of the policy framework. Good policy framework, look at even the PSC, the PSN networks. That was a very good strategy. But what happened? What happened that this thing never took off? That referral system should have factored in what we are witnessing today. But we must give credit to the government, especially in terms of mechanism in ensuring that this thing is working. Good things like evacuation that now they're putting in court, the ECC fund that was supposed to be in place. What we just want to see is that proper implementation with the proper guidelines, and these must be anchored in quality. One thing we should know that when healthcare becomes quite expensive, many people will want to look at the affordability, where you are trying to reduce the cost in every sector. You can't reduce the cost in healthcare. There's no way Dr. Gigondo will go in and decide, now that because we are going to be paid only one, I leave this. We talk of medical ethics. We abide by that, Hippocratic Oath. So it is a very sensitive, and this calls for continuous discussion that needs to continue until we get it right. But Kenya is at a good state of healthcare delivery to its nation. Thank you.
So I want to thank my panelists. Thank you, Dr. Kigondu. And I think if we may sum it up from this panel, from Kigondu's side is speak the truth. But what we hear you saying is put the money where the service is. And you mentioned very clearly, fund the primary healthcare fund. It's a brilliant idea. We need to fund it. The emergency chronic and critical illness fund needs to be funded. Brilliant idea. And we need to get Parliament and the executive to put the money into the health system so that we can fund it properly. And from Maxwell, it's very nice getting your perspectives, and I'm sure our audience has really appreciated this. But the key point that you're driving through is we need to reduce regulation. We need to simplify regulation around healthcare. The number of licenses, the number of hurdles that hospitals have to go in through every year. If you're paying your radiation license, your laboratory license, your pharmacy and poisons board licenses, your single business permits, all this contribute to the healthcare ecosystem. And you made a very good point that we need to unify this and simplify them. And Chris, thank you for your insights about the gap between theory and implementation. And we have a very important gap between, that is brought about by poor governance, essentially. And you brought in very key insights there. My audience, the members have always wanted to ask, are faith-based hospitals doing better than privately owned hospitals? And one of the things that we've learned from you this morning is that we are all part of this journey and we need to come together and work together. And thank you so much, Geoffrey, for your insights about the things that we have left behind, the referral systems, the primary care networks, those things that will make a big difference in healthcare. And I think one of the challenges that has been put to us, and all the provider associations are represented here, Christian Hospital Association of Kenya, Kenya Association of Private Hospitals, Kenya Healthcare Federation, Kenya Medical Association, Rupha is also here. I think the challenge for us as hospital associations is to break the fragmentation in the sector and come together as hospital associations and push for these policy changes. And we really want to appreciate you as the Rupha fraternity, all of you, for showing up today in this show of unity. Please give a round of applause to our panel. Thank you. So invite our MC for the morning, Vice Chairman.
Thank you so much, our panelists. We can appreciate them again. Big insights, and we have taken notes. We have sat for a long time, and I want us to just take a break for coffee and maybe stretch a bit, exchange a few business cards here, and then at 2 p.m. we will be back here for one session, and then we can do the internal things within Rupha.
Welcome to RadMed, your 360 degrees radiology and healthcare partner. Shop for all your radiology needs, from X-ray machines to ultrasound machines, we have it all. At RadMed, we are dedicated to revolutionizing healthcare. We are experts in radiology and healthcare equipments, serving all areas in Kenya. In Calvary Hill Hospital, we delivered installed an X-ray machine with a CR. In Ziwa Hospital, we delivered and installed an X-ray machine with a complete CR. In Mwanzawetu Health Services, we delivered and installed a colour Doppler machine with 2 probes. Brooks and Cherith Hospital, we delivered and installed an X-ray machine with a CR. In Nanyuki Hospital, we delivered and installed an X-ray machine. Asobi Healthcare. Malkia Wings Hospital. Zenit Care Hospital. Nelly Nursing Home. Pro Care Cottage Hospital. Esther, a radiology entrepreneur. Itak Hospital. Peter, a radiology entrepreneur. Mugamo Medical Centre. Jabs Medical Centre. Welcome to RadMed, your 360 degrees radiology and healthcare partner. Shop for all your radiology needs, from X-ray machines to ultrasound machines, we have it all. At RadMed, we are dedicated to revolutionizing healthcare. We are experts in radiology and healthcare equipments, serving all areas in Kenya. In Calvary Hill Hospital, we delivered an installed an X-ray machine with a CR. In Ziwa Hospital, we delivered and installed an X-ray machine with a complete CR. In Mwanzawetu Health Services, we delivered and installed a colour Doppler machine with 2 probes. Brooks and Cherith Hospital, we delivered and installed an X-ray machine with a CR. In Nanyuki Hospital, we delivered and installed an X-ray machine. Esobi Healthcare. Malkia Wings Hospital. Zenit Care Hospital. Nelly Nursing Home. Pro Care Cottage Hospital. Esther, a radiology entrepreneur. Itak Hospital. Peter, a radiology entrepreneur. Mugamo Medical Centre.
lovely, made from love. Love is so lovely, love is so lovely, love is so lovely, so lovely. Love is so lovely, so lovely, so lovely. Love is so lovely, so lovely. Fly me to the moon, let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter. In other words, please be true. In other words, darling, kiss me. Fill my life with song. Let me play forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, I love you. Fill my life with song. Let me play forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you.
Jamani wa Rupha hawezi ambiwa hivyo, jitwende pale nje, hawezi ambiwa hivyo.
asking ourselves as a sector leader, what are the possible solutions for this informal sector not contributing? What are the products out there that we as healthcare providers, the private, can produce? So we are looking a lot at insurance, but we are also looking planning for to make meaningful changes. One of the things that has come out very clearly in this conference is good policies for implementation, good ideas, gap between execution and the idea. So for instance, we are talking about primary health care fund. When it came, the primary health care idea was we would have primary health care networks. You would have hospitals collaborating, mission hospitals, private public hospitals. To this day, that has not on paper, excellent idea. In practice, nothing happens. So we are asking ourselves as a sector, what can be done with private sector? So microinsurance is targeting this country has what we call 80% informal. It's only about 20% of this population that is engaged in formal in common language. We like to say border, border. You know, there's people who depend on either daily wages or weekly wages. You know, they have no place. People depending on agriculture, for instance, farmers, you sell your produce, for example. Kenya is highly informal. And unfortunately, we structured a system for health insurance which depends on deductions from this. The whole thing is just on payslip deduction. It assumes that somebody has a regular, predictable income. So this is why we, as a sector, and we propose solutions. We said that if this solution would not be implemented by the government, private sector can implement this. So we are partnering with private insurance companies to customize products. And very happy that IRA, Insurance Regulatory Authority, was here today. And we have pointed out that we now have a regulation for microinsurance that has very interesting things like you have a limit on the maximum you can charge per day, which is 40 shillings. So we are designing products where the maximum a Kenyan will pay to get health insurance is 40 shillings. If you look at that in a year, it's 14,400. But you get a comprehensive medical cover, for instance. But we have even cheaper products, like the one we have in Ghana is as low as 18 shillings. So these products are all available, but now private sector is coming in and making them available to filling the gap that has not been addressed by SHA. So the real idea here is not competition. It's not competition with SHA, it's complementarity. So that where they have a gap, they are still making fill that gap because in the business of providing care. Allow the president here to say it. But the way I would say is we as a sector are looking at policy changes that are sustainable. So for instance, we discussed here about regulations. The cost of doing business in this country is extremely high. Now you have licenses all over the place. You know, your pharmacy and poisons got license, you have to pay. You have your laboratory license, you have to pay. You have your single business permit is knocking on your door. And then you have to pay licenses for your nurses, your doctors, all these things. And them are going to give us a credit, they are always on the door. Then you have the music and copyright society. Then you have OSH, education. All these are barriers to doing business. And we as a sector, we are looking at way forward is we need to regularize the system, reduce the complexity of healthcare operators doing business. And unfortunately, we have a situation where private and faith-based hospitals provide 50% of all. They are the ones being hit by this regulation. Government facilities, for some reason, are able to escape, the eye of these institutions. We want a healthcare system that is easy. If today you wanted to invest in the healthcare care, we don't want you to have 21 licenses that you have to pay for. And we have investors here who come from international investors. They ask themselves, if I wanted to set up in Kenya, how easy is it? And once we give them a list of 21 licenses that they have to get, they simply vanish. And we've had stories of people going to Uganda now, going to Rwanda. So for us in the future, the health sector is simplify taxation, simplify licenses. That is the one. Two, on the side of government, we are no longer waiting for government to fix it. We as private sector are proposing things and are implementing. Thirdly, we need to implement the very good policy documents that we have in Kenya. If we have a primary health care fund, let Parliament fund it properly. You cannot promise 50 billion and give 6 billion. You cannot promise 5 billion for emergency and chronic and critical illnesses and give 10 or less. We some of the questions that were raised. An ambulance system, a referral system, primary care networks are all very beautifully written policies really to save the patient. And that's what we're going to be focusing on as Hospital Association.
Shukran. Kwa majina naitwa Daktari Simon Kigondu, ndio rais wa chama cha madaktari cha Kenya, Kenya Medical Association. Hivi leo tumekuja katika kongamano hili la Rupha. Rupha ni kikundi ambacho kuna mahospitali ambayo yanafanya kazi katika nchi ya Kenya, na tunafurahi ya kwamba ametuita hapa ili kuhamasisha wananchi mambo ya mahospitali, mambo ya afya, na hapo ndipo tunapoingia. Nataka kuongea kuhusu mfumo wa bima ambao ulioanzishwa na serikali hii ya Kenya Kwanza, ambao unaitwa SHA. Yaani walitengeneza Social Health Authority ambayo inafaa kuwa iko na mifumo mitatu ya kupata pesa ambayo ingesaidia kulipia afya ya wananchi. Ya kwanza ni mfumo wa pesa ambao unaitwa Primary Health Care Fund. Walipoanzisha mfumo huu, walisema huu mfumo utakuwa ukilipwa na serikali, na walikuwa wametuambia ya kwamba Primary Health Care Fund itapewa bilioni 75 na serikali kila mwaka. Ya pili ni mfumo wa pesa ambao unaitwa Emergency Chronic and Critical Care Fund, ambao pesa hizi zingelipwa na serikali kila mwaka bilioni 50. Na ya tatu wakasema ni kwamba pia wananchi wanafaa kutozwa ushuru zaidi ya ushuru ambao wanaolipa kutokana na Pay as you earn, ambayo Pay as you earn unajua watu ambao wanafanya wanatozwa 30% ya pesa ambazo wakaongeza kodi ya 2.75%. Sasa pesa hizi zote ambazo zinaenda kwa fund ya tatu ambayo inaitwa Social Health Insurance Fund, na hiyo ndio pesa ambazo inafaa kutumiwa kulipa level za 4, 5, 6 hospitali hizo. Tumeona ya kwamba kumekuwa na matatizo ambayo tumeyapata katika huduma za afya, na unaweza kumbuka Bwana Lishenga hapa na Rupha aliambia watu wake wakati fulani waache kuona SHA. Kwa nini? Ni kwa sababu kwa miaka miwili tangu SHA ianzishwe, SHA haikuwa inalipa vile inafaa kulipa madeni yake. SHA katika mwaka mmoja imekuwa na deni ya bilioni 43. NHIF ambayo SHA walisema hii NHIF si mzuri, tukaingiza SHA, ilikuwa na deni kwa miaka 6 ya bilioni 33. Sasa sisi kama wahudumu wa afya tunajiuliza, kama SHA inaweza kupata deni ya 43 kwa mwaka mmoja, sasa kwa miaka miwili, miaka mitatu, deni itakuwa aje? Na kama SHA ambayo ilipochukua zile zinaitwa assets za NHIF, pia SHA inafaa kuwa inalipa madeni ambayo iliyoachiwa na NHIF, na hayo madeni ndio yanafaa kulipwa kwanza kabla hawajaanza kulipa madeni ambayo hao wenyewe wamepata. So tumeona ya kwamba SHA imekuwa na shida ya kulipa madeni ambazo SHA yenyewe hii ni deni zao na madeni ya kitambo ya NHIF. Na nimewaambia ni pesa ngapi. Ya pili ni kwamba tunaona ambayo unafaa kulipwa haikuwa mzuri. Rejected claims, hivyo ndio tunasema. Wanafanya kazi na wizara ingine ambayo inaitwa Digital Health Authority. Ni kama wanaambiana, leo pesa haitoshi, kile tutafanya, wewe fanya ile rejection. Na unajua pesa zako katika SHA zikiingizwa katika rejected claims, huwezi zipata. Umefanya kazi, SHA imepata pesa, lakini wamekuweka katika rejected claims. Na mnaweza kama wanahabari, tafadhali muende katika hospitali kadhaa mkaangalie, kila hospitali iko na zile claims za rejected. Na ukiangalia kwa nini wamekataa kulipa, watasema haukuweka picha ya mtoto ambaye alizaliwa, tunaona ya kwamba sahihi ya daktari na sahihi ya hospitali ni kwamba si ati kazi haijafanywa. Kazi inafanywa, unatoa claim na hailipwi. Hiyo ni shida kubwa sana. Kwa hivyo wale ambao wanapeana hizi huduma za afya wanaona ni kwamba SHA inajaribu kukataa kulipa na inatumia mbinu zote ambazo kukataa kulipa. Ya pili, wanatuma cabinet secretary wa afya kwenda kusema ya kwamba wahudumu wa afya ni fraudulent. Najua mumesikia ya kwamba hii fraud, na wanalete mambo mingi sana wakisema fraud. Sisi hatujasema ya kwamba watu ambao wanaibia SHA washikwe, wakamate, lakini asilimia ya watu ambao wanafanya huduma za afya ambazo ni safi, hao ndio wengi, ni asilimia 99. Hata ukiangalia zile claim ambazo wamesema ni za kuibiwa ni kidogo sana. Wako na deni ya bilioni 44, lakini wanasema tumeshika watu ambao wameiba, lakini hao wenyewe hawajalipa deni zao. Na tukiangalia katika ile contract ambao wahudumu wa afya wametia sahihi na SHA, inasema ya kwamba ukipeana huduma leo unafaa kulipwa miezi 3 isipoisha. Miezi 3 ikiisha, tunafaa kupeleka SHA katika kotini kusema hao wameruka, tutatumia hiyo jina, lakini tutasema wamekataa kuhitimisha vile ilivyoandikwa katika contract yao. Na tumeona ya kwanza ni katika wizara ya afya pekee ambao wale wahudumu wa afya hawalipwi baada ya kufanya kazi. Leo asubuhi tulikutana na kamati la bunge la afya na tuliwaambia mambo haya yote. Tuliwaambia ya kwanza, na nikimalizia, ya kwamba SHA inafaa kulipa madeni yote ambayo inadai wafanya kazi na mahospitali, hata hao hospitali za Rupha, na ni kama bilioni 33. Kwanza, kwa sababu ni deni ambazo tulifanyia kazi, na watu wengine ambao hawajalipwa wamefunga hospitali, wamefuta watu katika kazi. Huwezi kosa kulipa watu na unafikiria utapeana huduma ya afya ya UHC. La pili, SHA inafaa kulipa madeni yake ambayo saa hii ambayo imepata, na hiyo ni bilioni 44 na inaendelea kuongezeka. Ya tatu ni kwamba SHA wanafaa kuacha kufanya ile inaitwa rejected claims kwa mbinu ambazo kama sahihi haijawekwa. Hiyo ni kuoneshana ya kwamba hawataki kulipa. Ya tatu, tuliambia wabunge ya kwamba hizi pesa ambazo walifaa kuweka katika hizi fund 3 waweke, na ndio maana SHA wanajaribu kutumia pesa ambazo tumepeana za SHIF kujaribu kulipa pia hiyo primary health care fund, kujaribu kulipa hiyo emergency critical chronic, na haiwezekani. Bajeti ya afya ni bajeti kubwa ambayo bunge linafaa kupeana pesa. Tunajua ya shida vile tunavyoona sisi, shida ya SHA ni kukosa pesa ya kutosha kulipa madeni yote. Kwa hivyo suluhisho ni bunge kupeana pesa na kutafuta wale wengine ambao hawalipangi SHA na hawatalipa. Walijaribu ile inaitwa means testing, haiwezekani. Watafute njia nyingine, mbinu nyingine kama kutoza ushuru katika VAT, waseme 2% ya VAT ije katika health sector. Kwa hivyo sisi kama wahuduma wa afya tunasema ya kwamba SHA walipe madeni yao.
Na wakikosa kulipa mtachukua hatua gani?
Sasa hatua zimechukuliwa mengi. Ya kwanza, Rupha walisema hospitali zisichukue, kwa sababu hakuna haja ya kuchukua deni ambayo wewe mwenyewe ndio unakuja kuuziwa hospitali, wewe mwenyewe ndio unaenda kufuta wafanyakazi wako, itakuwa ni wewe. So hospitali usipolipwa, hata tusiende hivyo, wewe usipolipa nyumba utaambiwa nini? Utaambiwa unafukuzwa. Sasa sisi kufukuzwa kwetu ndio hakuonekani. Na pia wanasiasa wanafurahi sana kwa sababu shida ya wahudumu wa afya ni watu wenye huruma. Hata ukikuja pale umeumia, wanakutibu, wanasema tutatafuta pesa baadaye, na hiyo ndio imekuwa ni shida. Unakuta wamepitisha bill katika parliament inasema huwezi weka mwili ambayo ulijaribu kutibu mtu kwa bahati mbaya akafa, hawezi lipa. Wewe unaambiwa wewe mwachie aende, lakini pesa zako hazijalipwa. Sasa unaona ile shida ambayo wahudumu wa afya wako nayo ni hiyo. Sasa kuna mambo mengi na unatuona sisi wasipolipa, tunawaambia nyi lipeni.
Labda kuongezea hapo, mgomo wa Rupha haujai sitishwa. Sisi hatujai kuita mkutano wa kusema mgomo wa kupatiana huduma kwa SHA umesitishwa, hatujawahi. Kwa hivyo mgomo wa Rupha kwa SHA bado uko, na vile tumeambia hospitali katika muungano wa Rupha ni ikiwa utafanya matibabu ukitumia bima ya SHA, uchukue ile risk ambayo wewe unaweza manage. Kwa hivyo huo mgomo bado uko tu mpaka wakati ule mabadiliko yatafanywa yale ambayo tunahitaji.
Na nikimalizia, shida ile kubwa ambayo tuko na wasiasa, na hili ni nasema ya kwamba mwaka ujao tutaingia katika kupiga kura. Wanasiasa wanatumia wahudumu wa afya vibaya. Wanakuambia wewe enda pale, hata kama hujalipa SHA ile hospitali itakufungulia SHA. Na tuseme unahitaji matibabu ya 1%. Sasa ukishalipa katika tuseme 6,000, wewe unapewa matibabu, wale SHA wanafanya ile inaitwa pre-authorization, wanaambia hospitali tutakulipa. Mgonjwa akishaenda nyumbani hawalipi. Lakini wakienda huko nje wanaambia wananchi si ulitibiwa. Unaona? Kile ambacho wananchi hawaoni ni kwamba walitibiwa ndio, lakini tukiendelea hivi hiyo hospitali itaenda ifunge. Hao watu ambao wanafanya kazi hapo watafutwa kazi, na nyinyi mtauzwa vile watu mkiwa na deni wanaita auctioneers, mnauzwa. Unaona? Lakini kwa sababu huo inachukua muda, kwa hivyo kile mahospitali ambayo yanafanya ni kusema hapana, sasa tufanye hivi, ukikuja na SHA uonekani, kwa sababu wameona wamefika mahali ambao deni zao ni kubwa. Na mkifanya nyinyi wanahabari, muende kwa hospitali zote, hakuna hospitali ambayo SHA haiwadai pesa. Hata mkikuja hospitali huko Ushago inaitwa Kegumo, mliona gavana wetu alienda kuuliza pesa zake kule. Nitakuonesha, mimi mwenyewe ni daktari wa akina mama, nafanyanga maoperation kule na tuna bill SHA. Lakini ikienda kule wanasema hukuweka picha ya mtoto, kwa hivyo hatukulipi. Si ati mtoto hakuzaliwa vizuri, mama akafurahia akaenda nyumbani, lakini SHA wanasema ati hukuweka picha ya mtoto. Sio, ni udaku. Kwa hivyo tunawaambia ya kwamba waache huu udaku, waende watafute pesa kule bunge, walipe watu na waache kuhadaa wananchi.
All right. Fine. Me, I want to speak about microinsurance. Okay, I want to speak about microinsurance. The highlight of the 7th Rupha Convention is actually the launch of the microinsurance program. And we decided to bring in a solution because what we discovered as a big problem is that 95% plus of Kenyans are in the informal sector and they are not able to contribute. And even the government itself is not able to track or force these people to pay. So what has happened? As Rupha, we saw it as a strength on our side. It was a weakness on the government side, but on Rupha side, it is a strength. Why? Because Rupha facilities are actually in the mashinani. We are where the people are, the mamamboga, the boda boda, and all those things. So what we have decided to do is to work with a microinsurance product, both Rupha 360 and the other ones that we are developing. And we are now going to mashinani, talking to the community-based organizations, the chamas za watu wa pikipiki, the chamas za kina mama for farmers, and we are talking to them there, from the chairman and the right people down there. And when we discuss with them and show them the value of insurance, they are able to pay their premiums for this microinsurance. So we discovered that is our strength because that's the area we are operating in. And this day we have launched that. Already 3 counties are practicing that. That's Kajiado, Bungoma, and Nairobi. And we want to spread all over. Our next target will be much of Western and Coast. We want everybody, through their community-based organizations, through their chamas in the villages, to pay through it and get this microinsurance product that we are bringing. Again, we have realized that the microinsurance program, I won't say it's cheap, but it's affordable. We have one running up to 13,000 shillings. There are others up to 22,000 shillings. And all these things, you can pay monthly, you can pay weekly, you can pay daily. And that is what the government has not been able to do. Because SHA, they say, collect all the money and pay once for the whole year, which is not possible with the informal sector. So for us as Rupha and the team that we are working with, the stakeholders, we have gone to mashinani and we have broken down that into manageable pieces. Now they are able to pay 40 shillings, 50 shillings, and all these covers are comprehensive. They even include the last expense, not for the principal member only, but also for the family and also for the parents and the parents-in-law. What a great product. So that is what we are pushing from this meeting going forward. We will be launching and visiting many counties and sub-counties to make sure that this message gets out there. So our product is going to complement the SHA because where SHA is failing, we are providing solution. And so far we have seen quite a significant improvement because the microinsurance companies are now paying facilities without a delay. In a period of 5 to 10 days, your claims are paid. So you can be sure of a sustainable program that is running and Kenyans will begin enjoying good health care through the private sector. That's what we are doing from this conference. Thank you.
Maybe you could mention the partnership with High Commissioner of India,
Okay, let's just say.
So this is our second annual convention, which we are in partnership with the High Commissioner of India. The last year was the first one. This year it's grown bigger. We have over 100 companies represented here, about 40 companies from Kenya and 60 companies from India, but we also have some companies from Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, basically Asia. We have some companies from Tanzania and Uganda as well. So this partnership is growing. We thank the Indian High Commission for this wonderful collaboration. We would have expected more guests, but as you understand, we have this situation in the US-Iran the Middle East situation. So we had quite a number of companies that were coming from the Middle East as well that were not able to travel because of that challenge. But this is the second one and it's growing. Last year we had 80 exhibitors. This year we've reached 100. We expected to have gone to up to 150 if it had not been for this situation in the Middle East. But the Kenya and India have a very strong healthcare collaboration. We know that a lot of Kenyan patients still travel to India for healthcare, and a lot of Indian companies sell products in Kenya. So what we are doing is making that relationship more strong. We are connecting Indian manufacturers with Kenyan distributors. And very soon we hope the reverse will happen. Also, Kenyan manufacturers will get a chance to sell their products and commodities in India.
Okay, thank you.
All
Your
right.
name and title.
My name is Reverend Joseph Kariuki. I'm the Vice Chairman of Rupha.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming.
Wait, so sorry.
And newborn care. Yeah, so part of the challenges that we face as a country is that we have a high maternal mortality of 355 per 100,000 live births compared to what we want to achieve from the Sustainable Development Goals of 70. So from this you can see that we have our mortality rate is at 5 times higher than what we actually want to achieve. And the neonatal mortality is actually also very significantly high at 21 as compared to what we want to achieve in the Sustainable Development Goals, which is 12 per 1,000 live births by the year 2030. So we find that we have limited access to imaging, and with this there is a delayed diagnosis. And in many facilities, ultrasound is either unavailable or delayed, and this usually directly affects the outcomes. Yes, so what is this focus? What is this point of care ultrasound? So we can define it simply as a bedside ultrasound performed by the clinician in real time. So it is portable, affordable, real time, and you find that most of the devices are increasingly AI assisted. This means diagnosis can happen at the point of care and not the traditional way that we are used to, where we have to refer. So why does this point of care ultrasound matter? It reduces delays in diagnosis, improves decisions when it comes to referrals, and it enhances patients' trust, especially in the low resource setting areas and the high volume settings. The point of care ultrasound is a game changer. And here is the paradigm shift. This is where the real shift happens. We are moving from centralized radiology to decentralized frontline imaging, and we all know that there is a high shortage of radiologists and sonographers in many settings, with at least less than 3 radiologists and sonographers per 100,000 patients in some parts of sub-Saharan Africa. And so the question is this: who delivers imaging when the radiologists and the sonographers are unavailable? And the answer is simple. We need to train frontline healthcare providers. So we have different clinical applications that the point of care ultrasound can provide, especially in the maternal and the neonatal space. In antenatal care, the point of care ultrasound enables early diagnosis of ectopic pregnancies, placenta previa, we have malpresentations, multiple gestations, and abnormal amniotic fluids. And most importantly, women that receive point of care ultrasound are up to 5 times more likely to attend antenatal clinic. This is not just a device for diagnosis, it is a device that helps in engagement and the retention of our patients. So further, we can have applications on fetal positioning and presentation. It also helps in guiding delivery decisions and reducing complications. So in newborn care, we see that lung ultrasounds can be done using the point of care ultrasound, and we can be able to diagnose respiratory distress syndrome very fast and early, as well as conditions such as transient tachypnea of the newborn. We can also assess the cardiac activities in our neonates therefore having early diagnosis of congenital heart diseases. You can also do screening, cranial ultrasound screenings for patients who are premature, that is in the neonatal age. So the result of this is that we have early diagnosis for our neonates, and this helps us have targeted neonatal management. So how then are we able to scale it and use frontline healthcare workers, midwives, general practitioners, and other professionals who do not have the comprehensive training on ultrasound and imaging? So that's the key question. Can frontline healthcare providers safely do these ultrasound scans? And the answer is yes. Through short competency-based trainings, hands-on practice, and remote mentorships, the providers can quickly become competent and effective. The devices have also, most of the devices have also been AI enabled, especially in the primary healthcare settings, where real-time image guidance for the healthcare providers is provided. We have automated measurements, decision support for abnormal findings, and standardized image acquisitions. And there is impact, especially in the low resource settings and the rural areas where there is reduced dependency on highly specialized experts. It supports the midwives and the frontline healthcare providers and improves the accuracy in diagnosis and consistency. So when deploying the point of care ultrasounds, there is an end goal that we want. We want to have safe decentralization of imaging, not uncontrolled use. And how do we get to this? So we have standardizations where we have defined scope of practice and protocol-driven scanning. We also have ongoing supervision and mentorship for the frontline healthcare workers and image review systems. So some studies in northern Nigeria have actually shown that the facilities that have point of care ultrasound have reported a 40 to 53% increase in ANC attendance. And coming closer home, in Tanzania, we saw an increase from 27% of ANC attendance to 60%. In Uganda, we had a 480% increase in attendance rates for ANC in the facilities that used POCUS. And in Ghana, there is a study that was done that showed they moved from 37.6% of skilled deliveries in Ghana to a whopping 62.5%. So, can see the need for point of care ultrasounds in our facilities cannot be overemphasized. It also reduces referral delays and creates more efficient pathways. So apart from that, you can see we have a very happy doctor with the numbers. So it also improves on revenue and facility growth with increased patient visits. We have additional diagnostic services and improved patient retention. Yeah, so for private facilities, this becomes very relevant because when patients know they can get answers immediately, they choose your facility and stay within your system. So remember, the point of care ultrasound does not come to replace radiology, but instead, the point of care ultrasound is a first line tool that allows for detailed and advanced imaging to be taken to the radiologists and sonographers. And one of the studies that was done among midwives who had been trained on point of care ultrasound, there was an 85 to 95% agreement between the trained providers, that is the midwives, and the specialists who did this job. This proves that the point of care ultrasound use in our facilities is both safe and effective. So POCUS is highly scalable. Number one, because it is affordable. Unlike the traditional radiology scans that we had that are very expensive. So it is affordable. It's actually handheld, so very portable. And it is deployable across all facilities from the lowest level to the highest level. We can work with it in the rural clinics, urban hospitals, and even in high volume private facilities. So what are the key takeaways from this presentation? In summary, point of care ultrasound improves outcomes, enhances efficiency, drives patient growth, and is a scalable solution. This is not just a device, it is a system transformational tool. So on the call to action, so what do we do next on this? So we propose 3 steps. Invest in the POCUS devices in your facilities, train your teams, and integrate POCUS into routine care. This is how we will move from knowledge to impact. And as I conclude, the right care at the right time in the right place saves lives. POCUS ensures that diagnosis happens at the bedside, where decisions matter most. And together, we have an opportunity to not only improve outcomes, but to transform maternal and newborn care across Kenya. I would also like to invite you to visit the Hatch Technologies booth after B16, where we will be offering live demonstrations on the POCUS devices. And our team will be available to discuss how you can implement this in your facilities. Thank you so much for your attention. Asanteni.
Please let us appreciate Dr. James again. Thank you for those wonderful numbers that you have given us. They are very attractive. We need to try them out. Let me now bring in the panelists for the discussion on POCUS so that they can drive the understanding better. And first one I want to bring in my panel is Dr. Maxwell Okoth again. Please, let's appreciate Dr. Maxwell again. Karibu sana daktari. I also want to bring in Dr. Kareki. Daktari, karibu sana. A very, very strong voice on POCUS. Dr. Kanyi, I also want to bring you on stage. Please appreciate Dr. Kanyi. And I also want to wrap up this by having Esther Mugo joining our panel. Please appreciate Esther. And to moderate this session will be none other than yours truly, Anthony Mamati. Please, let's appreciate Anthony.
So again, thank you very much for joining us for this session. Those who want to join us again and who came in when the session had started, we are doing point of care training, point of care sensitization, and it's an interesting bit of healthcare continuum. But again, I just want to allow my team of panelists to introduce themselves. Just one quick introduction. I know your names were mentioned, but I think from my far right, Dr. Maxwell, you've got your mic. You can introduce yourself.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Maxwell Okot. I'm the founder and the group managing director for RFH Healthcare. For those who don't know RFH, we are a group of healthcare facilities. We run 11 facilities across Machakos, Nairobi, and Kiambu County. We also run one of the biggest cancer centers in the country. And thank you very much for having me.
Asante sana. There are now 11. You've really grown over time. Since 2019?
2013.
2013. Yes. Fantastic. Tupigeni makofi. That's some work. Next.
Thank you very much. My name is Kireki Omanwa. I'm a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist. I'm a fertility specialist, so wale ambao wana shida ya watoto tutawasaidia. I also wear another hat, and that hat is the president of the Kenyan Obstetrical and Gynecological Society. Thank you for the invite, and I'm happy to be here.
Usually we say the president with a small p, because there's a president with a big P. So Your Excellency, again, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure having you discussing matters of reference to POC.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Grace Kanyi. I'm a practicing obstetrician and gynecologist. For this panel, I am representing the Ministry of Health, Division of Reproductive, Maternal, Newborn, Child and Adolescent Health. I'm very keen on policies, implementation, policy revisions, program designs, program implementations, monitoring and evaluation. And it will be interesting to the panel to note that I was actually part of the team that developed the OPOCA's national training package.
Excellent, excellent. So we have got the government with us here. Again, asante sana for being with us and your insights, because we are getting that POCAS has got different feelers in the market, and your insights will be very key. The next online, Esther, please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Esther Mogo, standing in for MedicScan, Africa Asia Health Dynamics, coming in as a training and a financing partner. Thank you.
Asante sana, Esther. I think I'll join you there so that I don't look so much tall. But even as I'll start from here. So I'm just looking at it from the perspective of what POCAS has done and borrowing from the speaker who has just been here. Dr. Kireki, we are looking at the clinical impact from diagnosis, maternal, and all the way. What have you experienced or seen that POCAS is doing in the market in terms of just transforming practice healthcare? Because the delegates want to know, okay, POCAS is there as a device, but what exactly is it doing?
Thank you. Thank you so much. We're talking about all POCAS, obstetric POCAS, because when you talk about POCAS in general, it can be POCAS in other areas as well. Today is Thursday. Yesterday I had a major ward round in KNH where I work, and one of the registrars, one of the doctors, was presenting a case, a very sad case, because this is a lady, the second pregnancy, she has one baby, and she came, I think, about 34, 35 weeks. The baby had stopped kicking, I think, several days before she came to hospital. I think about 5 to 7 days. I was wondering why she didn't notice, but sometimes it does happen, unfortunately. So, because her pressures were elevated, she had to be taken to theater, and they got out a baby who is macerated, the skin was peeling off, and so on. And unfortunately, because of what she had undergone, she ended up having acute kidney failure and other complications. She's been in hospital for over 1 month. So I asked myself, what if this patient had been seen by somebody who could have just put a scan on the abdomen and said, you know, your baby is not doing well, please go to hospital. Sometimes patients, it's very subjective how the baby kicks. So she came to hospital, the baby had stopped kicking late, and she had to undergo surgery. Now she has a lot of complications: kidney failure, pneumonia, and DVT, deep vein thrombosis, and so on and so forth. Things which could have been actually, had she been sorted out a lot earlier, most probably she would have a healthy baby, and these complications could not have been there. So what are we saying? OPOCAS is important, very, very important. As we say in obstetrics and gynecology, basically an ultrasound machine is just like the stethoscope that the physicians use. So instead of using a stethoscope, this OPOCAS is what we need. So I'm glad that Dr. Kanye is here. We were part of the team that came up, you know, with a policy about OPOCAS, that it is important that all cadres of practically every person who has contact with an expectant woman should have an idea about what OPOCAS is. It's very easy to do. Put your instrument there, and you can see that whether there is a heartbeat, there is no heartbeat, is the baby lying well or not lying well, and then, you know, it helps actually in enhancing the quality of healthcare that we give these patients. So I think it is important. It is a very important instrument that we need to have. It needs to move from being in towns to actually go to mashinani, as it were. And by doing that, we will actually be in line, in tandem with what the Constitution says, that every Kenyan has a right to quality of care, the highest quality of health care, and especially reproductive health. So if reproductive health does not have good quality of care, then actually we will not be doing well as a country.
Yeah, thank you, because you've brought out a case that that brings out the scenario in so many circumstances, and you're just speaking to what I wanted Dr. Maxwell maybe to fit in, that looking at deployment across different settings, because we've got the urban population, the rural population, and you know Rupha captures both, and looking at the theme of Rupha this year is from reform to resilience. Now, from the case that the president of COGS, people should be clapping when you say the president, from the case that you've given, particularly looking at then how can we make sure we deploy it across different settings? You've got a chain hospitals. Is it something you're experiencing from different hospitals, different, let's say, specialties, availability of specialties in different settings? What is your take on this space of OPOCAS?
Thank you very much. I think OPOCAS speaks directly to my story. Part of the reasons I started RFH was I was an intern at Kiambu District Hospital, and a mother would be booked for an ultrasound 6 weeks down the line, because there was one radiologist reporting x-rays and doing ultrasounds. If you go to Kiambu, I don't know whether it's the case, we had multiple imaging centers across the hospital. So I went to Rupha to set up, because I needed to. I believe in giving solutions to problems. And when we set up, I remember in Rupha, the nearest facility was Kangundo or Mamalusi. There was no x-ray, there was no ultrasound. I think the first things we invested in was a portable ultrasound. So I have a portable ultrasound taken on a loan, but I have no one to do the scans. It had to force me to know how to do the basic of ultrasonography. I knew how to do parietal diameter, femur length. So I would tell the age of a fetus, I would tell whether it's cephalic or whatever, and that really helped my practice, because we stood out in that market, because it was a market at that point to be what we are today. What I'm trying to say is, for us to achieve what we want to achieve, we need to be intentional. There's no more sensitive. All sectors of healthcare are sensitive, but obstetrics is one of the most sensitive. Why do I say this? More often than not, these mothers are alive, kicking, and very happy. So if a maternal mortality comes out, you know the backlash that comes with it. Secondly, there's a baby that this mother is attached to. And that's why the mother will always feel the baby kicking, whether they're not kicking. Because in their head, they preach positivity. So it is in our interest to ensure we deliver these mothers safely. Along the way, things happen. PET and all this eclampsia and everything happens, and hypertension in pregnancies, and we get IUFDs and everything. We should do at least 4 scans in a month during the pregnancy. Most of these resources in terms of personnel are not there in some of these places. If we can democratize this skill, we are really helping the population. So a mother feels good when they see a baby because they can perceive something. But more than anything else, it gives them confidence that this baby is kicking. So for me, all POCAs should be the triad of obstetrics. And so how can we train every single healthcare worker to be able to do a bedside overview at a high level, to give it an okay, or better safe than sorry, if there's anything you question, then escalate it and refer to the right person. So it is something that should be embraced. It is something that we should adopt. As a ministry, it is something that should be integrated in the patient care journey. People love shiny things and big things. But if you're an hospital operator today, my advice to you is start thinking differently. The world is going towards remote care. Patients want to get convenience. POCAS gives you that thing where a nurse in Chula Imbo would be able to do that scan and transmit with the internet to Daktari here and say, I'm seeing something dark there. We could be dealing with a clot. Refer that patient. So more than just pleasing the mothers, it is improving outcome. It is helping us against medical legal risk. It is also improving patient care, but also just making the patient care journey a very interesting and beautiful journey. So to the healthcare operators, this is something we should adopt. We have taken our nurses for training. We were part of the people who really adopted this thing very early. Initially, in Doc, some people thought, is this thing going to eat into our cake? And is it going to make us jobless? All those fears will be there. But I think it actually even makes your job better, because people are able to raise some of these things we miss and escalate them to the necessary specialist.
No, you've executed that very well, and your parting shot on that is that people believe that it will eat into their job. They say that AI will not take jobs, but it will take jobs of people who don't know how to use AI. And that is something that people need to appreciate, because if you put it that it's the triaging of reproductive health, so to speak, then it brings us to the ministry level. And we're asking ourselves, do we have policies in place? What do we have in place to guide our practice? Because again, as Dr. Maxwell brought it out, the issues of medical legal, data protection and all that. Do we have policies in place? Because I know the audience are interested to know, okay, fine, if we proceed with this, what protects us? Maybe from the ministry perspective, you can share what's happening there.
All right, thank you for that question, and again to my fellow panelists for actually anchoring the role of all POCAs, especially when it comes to improvement of maternal and newborn outcomes. Now, before I answer your question, I will start by painting a very clear picture, and it's the picture of majority of the pregnant women in this country. Granted, from the World Health Organization, we do know the advice is that every pregnant mother should have at least one obstetric ultrasound done between weeks 18 and 24. The reality on the ground is that we have few sonographers, we have few radiologists, but majority of our pregnant moms will be accessing their first antenatal care clinic in the primary healthcare setup, being served by a dedicated midwife, clinical officer or medical officers. So that's a huge population that would otherwise go without an obstetric ultrasound. And indeed, we have had patients who arrive in obstetric units without ever having done any obstetric ultrasound. And the sad situation sometimes is where you find a baby with severe congenital anomalies that were never picked. Now, to come to the policies and guidelines, so number one, we align with the World Health Organization advice of getting at least one obstetric ultrasound between week 18 and 24, and the second one between week 36 and 38. Then again, we anchor ourselves strongly with the Kenyan Constitution, Article 43(1), which Dr. Kereki has alluded to, that every Kenyan is entitled to the highest quality attainable healthcare, including reproductive healthcare. And then we come down to the Kenya Health Policy of 2014 to 2030 that identified health products and technology as important health building blocks. And that's actually where we come in with devices and AI and technology. And from that, we came down to the year 2024, where the Ministry of Health, through the Division of Reproductive, Maternal, Newborn, Child and Adolescent Health, it's quite a mouthful, so we call it the DRAMCA, were able to develop guidelines on the National Obstetric Point of Care Ultrasound. And the guideline is very well articulated, number one, in terms of who is to be trained. And who is to be trained are the cadres that I've mentioned, come into contact with close to 80% of our pregnant moms. So it's the clinical officers we are training, the medical officers, the nurses and midwives, and the obstetricians and gynecologists. So who is to be trained is clear. In terms of how many number of hours is the training curriculum, it's 180 hours. As of now, we are training over 2 weeks. The first week, it's a virtual class. And each day, the class runs from 2 to 5, so that translates to the first 15 hours. Then the second week, it's hands-on training. Now with the patients, yes, with the patients. Then over and above that, it goes on to identify or stipulate the scope of that obstetric point of care ultrasound. Because we have to understand there is the space and the role of sonographers and radiologists, and that space we cannot get into. A radiologist actually goes for master's training for 4 more years. So their space is very protected. The scope and practice of OPOCAs is only across 6 indicators. So number one, we want to know the number of fetuses. Number 2, what is the presentation, what is the lie? Number 3, where is the placenta located, either in the upper uterine segment or lower uterine segment? Then we want to know the single deep vertical pocket. Then is the fetus viable or not, and the fetal biometrics. Now, in terms of protection, in terms of the scope, for the obstetric point of care ultrasound again, we went ahead and revised the mother and child handbook, and you will now find the reporting template is captured again in the mother and child handbook. And it's only across those 6 indicators. During the training and also upon certification, our participants are informed you cannot generate a report. And therefore, if you cannot generate a report, then you cannot charge the mother for an OPOCA. So even in terms of financing, that was actually something that had to be discussed. Do you capture it under the antenatal profile, or do you charge it separately? And we were like, you can't charge it separately because you're not producing a report. The OPOCAS again is to be done once in every trimester for every mom. And again, we have that template that if you're running the ANC clinic, you're able to identify this mom who had never done the ANC, the OPOCAS in the first trimester, and you offer them. The guideline again is also very clear. What are the indications across the various trimesters? Which question are you answering? And that's why it's very heavy in terms of recommendations of doing OPOCAS during the antenatal period, and negative recommendations in the intrapartum period. For example, we cannot be found doing OPOCAS to determine who is supposed to be delivering in which way. We also cannot be found to be doing OPOCAS in the postpartum period. For example, if there's postpartum hemorrhage, there's no room as of now from the guideline that OPOCAS can be used. Instead, we respond with the first response bundle. Again, that guideline goes on to give recommendations and specification for the devices. And again, the Pharmacy Poisons Board is very active and very engaged in this process. Then finally, it also goes on to tell who is supposed to be offering the training and the certification? So I really want to believe I have answered your question.
No, you've done it well. I just wanted, before I ask Esther on financing approach, I wanted Dr. Kireki to just, because you were talking about clinical impact, I wanted to look, because you mentioned about the scope and everything, I was just looking at, are there circumstances where it's either overused, misapplied? Is that a possibility that we can have all workers being overused or misapplied? It's something that when we look at both sides of the coin, we look at other ends, and if you've seen it, what do you think about? Because Dr. Kanya has given us the guidelines, but the question I'm bringing out is a morality question, an ethical question. What do you think of it from a presidential, COG's presidential standpoint?
Thank you for that question, and thank you, Dr. Kanye, for giving us insights about the policy position of the government and how OPOCAS is supposed to be used. I think any instrument, any equipment can actually be overused. We see patients, for example, who have more than the 4 ultrasound scans during their pregnancy, and most of the time these are patients who are in the middle, we'll call them middle income. Yes, because they feel, let me go and do another scan, when there is actually no indication. Because normally we will suggest that the first scan, we want to find out whether the baby is in the right place, whether there is a heartbeat, how many of those babies are there. And then the second scan, we want to do it at around 11 plus 6 to 13 plus 6 weeks, an anomaly scan. Then later on at around 18, 22 weeks. And then the last one is that baby, is it cephalic presentation, longitudinal line, and so on. Coming back to OPOCAS, is it possible? Well, if the pregnancy is low risk, we don't want to do so many scans. But if the pregnancy is high risk, you have a twin pregnancy, you have a triplet pregnancy, you have hypertension, etc., of course you may have as many scans as possible, because the principle is that we want you to go home with a healthy baby, a healthy mother and a healthy baby. That is awareness. Every woman, every newborn, everywhere. Coming to OPOCAS, as I said, yes, because it is something new, something novel, there is a tendency, or there can be a tendency of it to be overused, or even to be ethically used unethically. Why am I saying that? Let's say I'm in a place, which is that place you called Imbo. Chula Imbo. Let's say you're in Chula Imbo.
Does it have a meaning, Dr. Maxwell, or it's just I know the place, but does it have a meaning?
Okay, we are in Chula Imbo. And this midwife, clinical officer, whoever it is doing these scans for the first time. Of course, as we said, Dr. James there actually showed that when we do this OPOCAS, patients will tend to come in more, because they want to see, as Dr. Maxwell said, that they want to see their baby, they want to see a heartbeat, how that baby is doing. Now, Kenyans are very, how do I want to say it, very entrepreneurial. They will take that and say, why can't I open like a small kiosk somewhere during the market days, sinaweza nikafanya scan hapo, even if I'm not generating a report. Simama atakuja, they'll see a heartbeat or whatever, na hata nikicharge 200 bob, it's actually not much, but immediately I start doing that. Wataenda ukambiana, ukienda Saturday saa 5 hivi utaona kuna daktari pale anakuonyesha picha ya mtoto, and they will come. Now they'll be doing it extra from what the policy says, and they'll be doing something. Okay, they do that, there'll be a false sort of false feeling that you are okay, but you're actually not doing it in the right place. So I can see that as a loophole which can be exploited by people who may not be qualified enough to be doing that, and then doing it as it's not supposed to be done. Because as we said, in that manner, mother and child booklet, you're supposed to put it there. You can't generate a report on your side. But if I have a possibility of getting 100 bob on the site, na hii machine si niko nayo nyumbani, sinaweza nikafanya, nani atajua? So that is a problem that I'm seeing.
Allow me to add on that.
Yeah.
Yes, it can be exploited, but we'll stick within the guiding principles that we already have issued. The other bit is for us to remember what we are trying to attain is actually ensuring equity. That a pregnant mom, irrespective of wherever it is they are in this country, actually have access to this very crucial diagnostic modality. That it shouldn't be that simply because a pregnant mom, now I'll mention my place where I work, Kathangashine, where it's very far from the...
Pardon again?
Kathangachini. Just say Kechini. It's easier. It's Echini.
It's easier than Chulayumbo.
Yes. that pregnant mom, and we have had such situations, is able to access this important diagnostic capacity to improve on the quality of antenatal care and to also to increase the referral and triaging. And for the radiologists and the sonographers to still remember, their scope and practice is still protected. They should actually start looking at it like we are creating and generating demand for that standard diagnostic ultrasounds.
And I think that now calls for systemic working together. And before, I'd want Dr. Maxwell to think through this as I bring in Esther. Just, Dr. Maxwell, think through, we are looking at, from your experience and transition to now setting up, anything to do with workflows, because I know when we were speaking with the chair of Rupha, and you were saying, the issue with my members is that it's not that they don't like POCAS, is that they are looking, how do I fit in the referral system? How do I fit in? And that could be a challenge for them feeling, how do I purchase, buy, and do forth. So I'll bring in Esther to talk about a little bit of financing, but just think through it. How do the members of Rupha do the referral network? How do they fit in workflows within their own facilities so that it's seamless? Everybody feels, I'm doing the right thing, I'm doing it to support the patient at the end of the day. I know in the earlier panel, I don't know if it was you or Dr. Kigondo who said that healthcare is a business. But here we are trying to assume it's a business behind a business. So through the workflow referral system, maybe think through that. But Esther, I just want the delegates here are looking at saying, okay, all these things the experts are saying is nice. How do I get it? What is your experience in terms of financing, in terms, and if you know any products that can support this approach?
Thank you so much for the question. Thank you, panelists, for the continued discussion. So one thing we have identified is, of course, the training is taking a very good turn. We have a lot of cadres being trained, but now the next question is, after the training, the next thing is, of course, getting the devices, accessibility of the devices, distribution of the devices, which is something that we have to come in together as partners to identify how do we get to roll out these devices, the same devices that should be in use, in clinical use. And one of the things or one of the ways that we can adopt is perhaps a financing model. And our financing should come in a way that we do not want to burden the process of acquisition of these devices. And in this case, the upfront acquisition of the devices. So we are coming up or bringing in now the financing part of it, where we can give out these devices, have a financing plan, a payment plan, let's say monthly, that in the real cause, eventually it is just meant to to ease the burden of acquisition of devices. Because I want to believe if at all we are training that number of cadres, there are quite many. One device, two devices are not enough. So we have a bigger number, different institutions, rolling it out from private to public and even to the mashinani, where now these focus skills are the most, should be in most use, so that we try and ease this burden. So I think in that way, that is how we can start with the financing bit of it.
You know, I know financing is usually a very heavy area. And even Dr. Koth mentioned that we need now a special act on financing. So I know you are in one of the booths here, B15?
Yes. Sorry, yes, B15 and B16 for Hatch. Yes.
Yeah, B15. So, members of the delegates who want to know about the financing approach, you can visit her in the booth B15. She can explore more on that. But, you know, when Reverend came here, he did that thing for altar call. He was coming to say, now you need to work a wimbo ya worship, because so karibu tunaitisha sadaka. So, but Dr. Koth, I want you to take us through just briefly, how do people fit in? Because yes, RFH has now grown, it's a specialized facility, but we've got members of Rupha who have got a small, nice facility just presenting, handling cases at that rural population. How do you, out of your experience, the referral flow? But even as you present that, I want the panelists to think of a call to action. We don't want just to have a nice session, you know, then people feel, oh, that panel was nice. What exactly do we want to tell people? So as you tell us the referral flow, then we'll go into the call of action.
Thank you very much. I think there's no better congregation to speak to about POCAS than this particular one. And if there's any person who sells POCAS, then I think Rupha should be your best friend. Why am I saying this? We have most specialists concentrated in urban areas, but the healthcare need does not discriminate whether it's urban or rural. If you want your healthcare enterprise to be successful, it is based on the outcomes that you give and the confidence you give your patients. POCAS is that one confidence you will give your patients. The question is, you have an option of buying a full ultrasound machine, and you have an option of buying an POCAS. The full ultrasound machine sounds good because it will do everything, but you don't have the operator for the full ultrasound machine, right? And if you get the operator, they'll only come once a week, so you book. Patients don't like waiting. Patients want a one-stop. I came, I saw, I conquered. You understand? Finish with them. So POCAS makes more sense to you because you will have your midwife or head of your MCH trained on POCAS. They will do the screening as we have said. They know the obstetrician or gynecologist, and there are red signs that you are taught through this training, because I've had a chance to look at it. You can be able to know twin, if it's towards the end, it's a cephalic, or, you know, you don't want to have a mother coming in labor fully, and it is a breach, and it's that breach that is terrible, you get me? And you don't have time to start doing the referral. So we need to pick these things very early. And so for me, is if you have those two options, and personnel is a problem, then POCAS is yours, because training is there, the curriculum is sanctioned, the investment, you have somebody who can be able to spread your payments over time. What we now need to know is how do we also have to monetize it for it to be sustainable, because the facts are facts. Me, you know, I speak the truth. By monetizing, I mean this person has a facility. He has borrowed from her, and she needs to pay. Of course, it will be at a small, it is a cheaper amount that saves much more. Because having PPH at that particular small clinic, as you call it, is disastrous. As opposed to diagnosing a placenta previa and telling this patient, please go to the obstetrician who is in the next town. So, as I finish with my call to action, as I've told you, the future of healthcare will leverage more on remote coordination. We are going to see a lot of telemedicine coming in. We are seeing even x-rays which are portable because people want convenience. Start thinking how you make the life journey of your patient easier and better for a better outcome. POCAS guarantees you better outcome within the same staff resources that you have and making your patient journey better. It is what you need when you don't have the infrastructure for a fully established imaging unit. Thank you.
That's very, very explicit. You're just saying people buy experience, and patients want to have that experience. And I think that comes out pretty well. Of course, I had put this across to the three panelists, and Dr. Koth was clever. He combined two questions in one. So I'll not come back to you, but I want Dr. Kireki, Dr. Kanya, and Esther just to look at it this way. Yes, we've discussed, people are excited, people are happy, and we've got this idea where we give this nice suggestions, but I just want something practicable. Dr. Kireki told me not to say 6 months, it will look political, so I'll use in the next 12 months. What do you think the members of Rupha can do to just make sure they scale up from reform to resilience? That's the motto for this conference, from reform to resilience. And Dr. Kanya, I'd just like you to know, how do they know the policies? Because the policy could be in the ministry. How can they download it? Is it purchasable? Is it something? So, starting with Dr. Kireki, from reform to resilience, how do you think the members of Rupha can benefit and grow? Your call to action, what can they do? Is it registering, something just for them to start doing something?
Thank you for that question, and you said it's my call to action, as it were. I think number one, as we've said, the most important person is that expectant mother who has come to your center, to come to Rupha, to a Rupha center. We want that mother to go home with a healthy baby. So what do we need to do? What do Rupha members need to do? Number one is to invest. Said reform, because I think Kenya is the first country in Eastern Central Africa to actually have an OPOCAS policy, which is a very good thing. So we have the reform already. So the next thing is implementation. So the training, as Dr. Kani has said, doesn't take very long. Even the people who are going to be trained will not be away from offering the services that they normally offer for a long time. But the fruits are going to be a lot more. They are going to be a lot better. Because ladies as they are, they talk to each other. Nilienda nikafanyiwa scan, nikaona katoto kanacheza vizuri. She will tell a neighbor and the neighbor will tell a neighbor. So what does that do? It increases the number of patients who are coming to hospital. That's number two. As it increases the number of the patients coming to hospital, we are offering better care to them. Because our ultimate aim is for them to go home with a healthy mother and a healthy baby. We will have fewer maternal mortalities and morbidities. So I think it is the multiplier effect is very, very high. So the investment that we make at some point to buy that machine will pay off X times further down the road. So I think for Rupha members, I think it is important in that we are contributing to the health care of this country. It is important to invest in this equipment, and the multiplier effect, as I said, will be a lot better. Our mothers will be better taken care of, and they will go home with their babies and they'll be healthier. So let us move from reform to implementation. And implementation is, I think, very easy. We have our person here who can help us with finances. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You've brought it out very well, but I'm just looking at from the policy angle. You've explained very well, Dr. Kanya, and I will not want you to go back to explain. I just want, maybe you can say accessibility of these documents, because one thing that also sometimes is a problem is access of these documents, the guidelines, all these good ideas. How can the members of Rupha access it? Is there a possibility of partnership with Rupha so that they can distribute it amongst the members or something like that? And your call to action, that aspect.
All right, thank you. But I needed to beef up Dr. Maxwell's response when it comes to the referrals. That once you've done the OPOCAS, again in that template, because we had to think and it's a very simple algorithm. If the mother scores findings which are normal, you score a 1 for each of the 6 indicators. Where you score a 2, the algorithm is clear that it's either you're referring for a standard diagnostic ultrasound and review by an obstetrician gynecologist. So again, that's something that the Rupha members actually will be helped in terms of timely referrals. As we have indicated, if I find a low-lying placenta and my mother is a 3 previous scar, I actually need to have her get a standard diagnostic ultrasound and an obstetrician to see that patient, because it could actually be the placenta accreta spectrum.
So just to interject, it's in the normal...
It's in the mother and child handbook.
So that means they need, if they were using the old ones, they need to get ones that are updated with all these things incorporated. That's one step that Rupha members should do.
And I will actually, I think I can see your president here, I will actually share with him the soft copy, the new mother and child handbook. Then number 2, you have asked, where do we get these guidelines? I will actually give you the soft copy guidelines again because they are there. Then in terms of training, because we need to standardize training, the training is actually done by the Division of Reproductive, Maternal, Newborn Child Health. So if you need any of your Rupha members being trained for OPOCAS, for example, you are actually advised to get in touch. Again, we'll give the number of the manager, the program manager, and the training can be organized because we need standardized training. We do know certain groups, again, with very good interest that they have, will be using the AI-enabled, the 6 sweeps. But we also know we really just want that being left with the primary healthcare levels, because for the level 3, level 4, level 5, where we have medical officers and gynecologists, they need to be able to be seeing the images. So in terms of how to access the guidelines, I can see your president is here. I'm actually going to give him several guidelines, and I can just mention them. Number 1, we have the NPDSR guidelines. Private hospitals, please conduct NPDSRs. It's a learning exercise. We know why the mother today has died, to make sure no mother dies tomorrow. Number 2, we recently launched the basic obstetric protocols in February 2026. Again, we'll give you that. That has the algorithms across the 6 main causes of severe morbidities and mortalities in this country. Just to mention them, it's APH, PPH, your pregnancy-induced hypertension, septic abortion, obstructed labor. Then I will also share with you, which other guideline do you need?
All the guidelines.
Yes, and then make sure you share them out. And then while I'm on this platform, it's also good to mention that we are slowly phasing out the pantograph. So please get in touch or share the links, because we do monthly webinars on the labor care guide, so that you're not being left out when the public healthcare system is being taught on most of these things. Now, to my clarion call.
Yes, please.
I really anchor myself on, it doesn't matter where this pregnant mother is. And that is the principle of SDGs. We are leaving no one behind. So it does not matter, kama kokule palelami imeishia, she needs to have the same quality of antenatal care as the mother at the heart of Nairobi. So it's beyond a device. It's about capacity building of the frontline healthcare providers, as we have outlined. It's about continuous mentorship, because this is not their first training. I mean, this is not what I was trained primarily in. So continuous mentorship when they're in the fields. It's about building digital systems for them to be able to send and upload these images. As Dr. Maxwell has told us, we're heading towards telemedicine for support of our officers when they're out in the field. It's also about financing, and this also comes to, okay, I know counties, the hospitals are not here, but about ring fencing and budgeting to ensure that the commodities required to ensure the OPOCAS devices are functional. Because it's not just a device, it's actually about the software. It's about the other supplies that are required with it. So it's about that whole ecosystem being well maintained, that it's purely not a device, it's a service.
Okay, thank you. I mean, you've come out very clearly, and I think, Bwana Chair, if you get the documents, let your members get them, because looks like there are a lot of updated documents, and that is one step that we really want to get, and also the systemic approach. Esther, your call to action?
Thank you so much.
Or they should just come for the money?
We should, yeah, please come for the devices, come for the money. But maybe just to wrap it up, I really commend what the Ministry of Health is doing in terms of capacity building. And I think just to bridge that gap on accessibility of devices, this is where we come in, offering sustainable and affordable financing plans for these devices. I believe this can now wrap up the whole thing about POCAS, how it is distributed, even capacity building also. So I think we are open, we are ready for you. So please visit us and we can talk more about it in details, the financing bit.
Thank you very much, my team. I know our time is stretched, and we can always discuss this over and over. I know the panelists here are very experienced, and they have given their call to actions, but I'm just looking at it from a morality point of view. when we speak about the deaths, we speak about these cases, we usually think it happens to somebody else. But I want you to transform these population-based studies to individual-based. When it happens to you, your sister, your mom, your brother, your aunt, your sibling, it is a case of one-to-one. It's a case that is happening. So even as we look at how we are scaling up healthcare, I know, Dr. Maxwell, you came try to help other people, but sometime you might need that service yourself. So even as we look at how we are serving other people, let us find a way to make it to serve us. And for that reason, they say in healthcare, first, do no harm. And the first person that you protect is you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for this session. And I want you to give a round of applause to the team of panelists that are here. And I'll gladly call the Reverend. You do the collecting of the Sadaka. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We will collect offering, but it's definitely it is not going to be him collecting. We will appoint somebody else. Let me ask our panelists, maybe if you can stand here, we take a photo of you. It will be good for us to remember this. And yeah, just around here. Cameraman, please do the honors. And we need that POCUS ultrasound smile. Right. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate our panelists. Yeah, you may have your seats. It was indeed a great honor to have you. We've learned a lot of great things. Yeah. And thank you, our moderator. Please, the offering bag is not anywhere close to you. Thank you so much. I believe we continue to get a lot of this, and there is much more. We will make sure that the documents that are shared reach to each and every one of us for the benefit of each and every one of us. Let me switch gears. And I also want to bring a very, very brief presentation from one of our partners, Amani Hoiva Kenya. These are partners that we are working together in this convention. And I want my brother Macharia Kimathi just to come and take the next 5 minutes to do a presentation on what they do. And I'm sure it's going to help us so much. Let's appreciate our brother Macharia Kimathi.
Okay. So, after a patient leaves the hospital, the most critical part of the recovery starts at home. However, our healthcare systems are built around facilities, but most care is actually managed at home. And most of the work of staying healthy actually happens outside those systems. And so this points to us a gap. And the reason this matters more now more than ever is because demand for care is not slowing down at all. It's only growing because Kenya is facing a new wave of patients that the current system is not equipped to absorb. We have stroke, cancer, diabetes complications, and hypertension. It's leaving more Kenyans with long-term mobility and neurological challenges. Kenya also remains to be among the highest in Africa for road injuries, trauma, and orthopedic recovery, which represents a major ongoing rehabilitation need. Also, we have rising life expectancy, and even more Kenyans are living with age-related mobility loss and cognitive decline, and this needs sustained, compassionate care. So if we look more closely at where this demand is most difficult to meet consistently, there is one area that stands out, and that's rehabilitation. And rehabilitation itself is not a one-time intervention. It needs to be consistent. And we have a growing need for rehabilitation. About 8 million Kenyans need rehabilitative care, and we only have about 2,000 physiotherapists that are available and licensed to provide care. And this points to that for most Kenyans, rehabilitation is not about willingness. It's a question of access. So then the question becomes, how do we deliver consistent care when the current model makes consistency difficult? And that's why we offer digital rehabilitation. So this is expert guided physiotherapy to wherever you are, whenever you're available. We call it digital rehabilitation, which is care that follows you. It's guided and professional. We have expert physiotherapists that guide you through your exercises, through video sessions. It's built around your schedule, sessions when you're available. You don't need to take time off of work, and it's at your space. You recover at the comfort and familiarity of your own home, because we believe that you shouldn't have to choose between your recovery and your reality. So Amani, however, is building around that reality of we need to bridge the accessibility gap to care, and that there's a growing need for care. And we're redefining what healthcare at home looks like in Kenya. We bring together a warmth of African compassion with the rigor of Finnish care excellence. So our CEO started out in Finland. The very first Amani Hoiva establishment, let me call it that, was in Finland. Hoiva is actually the Finnish word for care. And she is Kenyan herself originally, and so she decided to extend that here. And so bringing in the Finnish standards that she established, the original Amani Hoiva, combining it or blending it with African compassion to bring together the home-based care in Kenya. And we deliver professional, personalized healthcare service where outcomes are strongest. So the outcomes for health are strongest, or the impact, it's more impactful when you're at your home, especially say for the aging population with some of the complications that they may have, like dementia. It's more impactful, it's more impactful at home, where it's familiar with the people that you know, the people that you love. And our services go beyond digital rehabilitation because we aim to offer holistic home-based care. And that includes physiotherapy. So we had mentioned digital rehabilitation earlier, but we could also have in-person sessions that are tailored to your recovery. Nutrition support, because good health starts with good nutrition. And doctor services, and these are medical consultations and health management, literally at your doorstep. And lab services, so for any of our patients or clients that are at home that need lab tests, we offer accurate, timely results from the convenience of your home. You do not have to be present at any facility. So we believe that the future of Kenya's healthcare is moving from waiting rooms to the places where people actually live, which is their homes. And the future of healthcare is not just about expanding facilities, it's also about expanding care to the places where people live. And that means designing systems that support care at home and doesn't treat it as an alternative, as a core part of healthcare delivery. So if you're thinking about how this connects to your work, whether that's in pharmaceutical or clinical care or partnerships, we're glad to continue this conversation. And we are at booth A79, which is literally by the entrance. Thank you. We look forward to engaging you further.
Thank you very much, Brother Masharia. That's really great information that we needed to know. I want to bring in this second presentation, and then I'll invite my chair to come. I want to bring in Dr. Thomas just to come and give us something very interesting that rest of the hours. It will be good to hear. Good. Karibu sana, Dr. VM Thomas. This is your time. Just share with us.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Dr. V.M. Thomas, a fertility doctor. I am working in this field past 26 to 28 years. Delivered more than 80,000 IVF baby live birth worldwide. I have patients from all over the globe, Africa, Asia, Europe, everywhere. My highest record is 70-year-old lady has given a birth to triplet. So in a single pregnancy, 70-year-old lady, she's already stopped, bleeding, everything. Her endometrium also not functioning. We given a stem cell therapy and all advanced treatment. She built a very good endometrium. 70-year-old lady, Ethiopian lady, delivered a triplet in our clinic. That's my record. So generally you should know, fertility generally, because of the lifestyle, everywhere what is happening, the childbirth is not happening. Because of lot of junk foods we are eating, our traditional food has been vanished. Everywhere you see, any corner you see KFC, McDonald's, Subway, blah blah, something like that. This is not our food actually. Our food is African traditional food. We go to the jungle, hunt it, take it and then eat. They used to deliver, like a 10 babies, 12 babies like that. Nowadays, giving a single baby also very difficult. So, due to the pollution, due to the work style, like a IT and, like a radiation, the childbirth is going down. Say for example, India, we have more than 32 states are there. The total fertility rate is day by day going down. Generally, my forefather delivered 12 babies with one wife. My father has given birth to 4 babies. Then I given to birth to only 2. My son, I don't know what he will do. So can you imagine the total fertility rate is going down. Generally, the acceptable rate is 3.5. Now, on an average in Indian state, the fertility rate is 1.5 and below. Interestingly, if you watch, neighbor country, like Asian country, Japan, their fertility rate is drastically gone down. Their fertility rate is 0.9 to 1. Can you imagine? One family, one child. The same policy China also started, one family, one child. Now, they don't have a youth population. They have more of them are older population. If there is a older population, it's a burden to the government. We have to give the free scheme, we have to give the healthcare facility, so many things. Then we have so many companies will be there, we don't have youth to work. We need to hire from other countries. So the total fertility rate is, the manageable is 2.5 to 3, 3.2, but now on an average, it's fall down to 1.5. That means it's a global alarming, saying that your birth rate is going down. You have to be wake up and then do whatever, like a forefather has done, like a organic food, take care of the, avoid the plastic, avoid, junk food. These things, if you manage, automatically your fertility will boost. So generally, we are obese. I just, roam around. Everywhere if you see, they're keeping chicken and as well as the, potato chips. If you eat this potato chips and chicken, whatever it may be, like a broiler or whatever it may be, potato like that, our shape will change. That means we will be shapeless. Understand? Everybody will look like a potato. So automatically our metabolism will go down. So periods will not happen. Irregular periods. If you are so much of, this much of stuff, if we taken, fibroid will start. Excess bleeding will be there. Menstruation properly will not happen. Ovulation also properly will not happen. Automatically it leads to infertility. So, like that, so many, can I change its slides? So generally, the sperm count is normally, it should be around 20 plus, 20 million plus. But nowadays, so many men, very handsome men, jeans, t-shirt, nicely, they will looking very nice. But when I see them, there is no sperms. It's called as a zero sperms. So it's azoospermia we call. So man is roaming with like a zero sperm. And you think that, he will give you a baby, but finally baby will not come. So this is all why I am telling you is, we are running for a money. The life is like a mechanical life. Everywhere we are running. Today also, when I saw here, nearly 25 to 30 patients I saw today. Most of them they are not getting baby. They are trying for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. Nothing is happening. Interestingly, the awareness is not there. That means a couple is married for 2 years. If something is not happening, we must go and see the doctors. That awareness is not there. One lady I saw today, she's a 52-year-old lady. She never met any doctor. She's thinking that, baby will come. Finally, she's telling that my man is not doing anything. He is coming and sleeping. Nothing is doing. 50 years he will sleep only. So that everything has to happen at the proper timing. So that's why I'm telling you, 12 months if you are married, nothing is happening. You have to go and see the doctors. You have to do the semen test. Whether sperm is okay or not, we have to see. Immediately take any problem is there, you have to take the medication. If the woman is not happening, periods are not coming properly, why periods are not coming? Is it any endocrine issue or thyroid problem is there or she is anemic? Something like that we have to see. Then according to that, most of the time with the medication, we can correct it. Sometimes in Africa is very common fibroids. In uterus, so much of fibroids will be there. Due to the fibroid, they cannot conceive. If they conceive also, what will happen? After, like 2 months, 3 months, severe bleeding will start and then they will lead to the abortion. So if there is a fibroid, if the doctor is educated to the couple, we can give a injection, like a 3 months, 1 dose is there. It can completely suppress, fibroid will not grow. But these things nobody knows. She will be keep on, not going for any doctors or anything. The fibroid will look like a 9 months pregnant like that. Big fibroid will be there, tumors. So we have to operate it and then take it out and then they go for the baby. So the take-home message is, if anybody is married for 12 to 24 months, immediately they have to approach the, like a clinic and then see what exactly going on. So nowadays, we are not, early marriage is not happening because we need a car, bungalow, big, dollar, money, bank balance. If everything is there only, we think about marriage. Even love also not coming in a, like a voluntarily. If they see the, like a big car, building or, like a bank balance, dollar, everything, then only love also will come. So this type of, commercial thing is happening entire the world. So the take-home message is 25 to 27, definitely you should get married. And if you are planning for a baby, 1 or 2 years you can wait. Then immediately you can plan for the baby. So keep on waiting. What will happen? Sperm count will go down and egg number also will go down. So generally if the man doesn't have any bad habits, sperm count remains same. But the woman is not like that. If you have a good habit or bad habit, if they are reaching more than 40 years, automatically the egg number will go down. So 40 and above, it's dangerous for them. They cannot get the pregnancy. So anything you want to finish, you have to do the treatment or you want to try naturally. Before 40 years, you have to finish. I have a very interesting slide. I don't know, this is not changing. So that's why I'm just going like this. So some of them are different problems they will come. Sometimes the infection will be there. Due to the infection, fallopian tube will block. So if the fallopian tube is blocked, they don't know where to go. They keep on trying and trying and trying. By the time age is 40 plus, they will not get pregnancy. So this type of patients, you have advanced treatment called as IVF is there. Here, there is no surgery, nothing. We can give an injection, stimulate the ovary. We can take out the egg, take out the husband's sperm. Everything can be seen in the microscope. Good quality egg, good quality sperm, we can fuse together and make an embryo and then transfer to the lady. She can get a pregnancy. Even tubal block is there, fibroid is there, or endometrium is not good, or she's not properly bleeding. Any problem, the solution will be in vitro fertilization. Suppose basic, like a wife has everything is fine, husband's sperm count is below normal. So this type of patient, what we can do, we can take out the sperm, nicely increase the motility, and then directly you can put it into the uterus, they can get a pregnancy. That's called as a in vitro fertilization. Sometimes the woman is more than 50. Eggs production is completely stopped. She cannot give a birth, but uterus is fine. There is no eggs. So this type of patient, what we can do is, there is a called as a donor egg program. We can 25 to 27 young lady, we can give an injection, take out the egg, that's a donor program, and use a husband's sperm, make an embryo, transfer to that old lady, 50 or 60-year-old lady, still she can have her own husband's sperm biological father. So like that you have various treatment is there. So wake up due to the pollution, due to the work style, due to the mechanical life, automatically the gametes also going down. If you are not taking care, some of the country, some of the area, they are good, maintaining the total fertility rate. Say for example, Italy, less than 1%. Globally, total fertility rate. In Russia government is calling, you can come here, we'll give a free visa, you marry our girls and produce a child. Because there also population is going down. Interestingly, you can see that in Russia, they put a separate ministry for this. Ministry for Reproductive Medicine. That means the ministry has to take care of the childbirth and their leave and all the, whatever, you want to maintain. There also, Russia also, their fertility rate is going down less than 1.5%. So why I'm telling all those things is, we have to wake up. We have to go for a wake up call. And then, even Africa also, those days there is no fertility issue. Nowadays, Kenya, Ghana, Rwanda, everywhere patients are coming. They are also not getting pregnancy. They have a challenge. Today also I have totally 150 appointment is there. Can you imagine? This many patients are waiting for a pregnancy. So at the same time, we need to use advanced technology. We have a laser to do the IVF treatment. We have an advanced culture also. If somebody has a egg is not producing, we can also do a stem cell therapy. We can also do take out the, from the blood, wash it and use a platelet-rich plasma. We can also do that. Like that, advanced treatment also, if they don't like, gametes from outside, their own gamete also they can try using a stem cell therapy. So like that, you have so many advanced treatment is there. You don't require to worry babies not coming. With the advanced treatment, you can achieve a pregnancy even at the age of 50, 60, 70 also, it's possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. I think that was a lot of information, or I should say a lot of good information. Thank you very much. With much honor, I want to bring in my chairman to come and guide us from here, what we do next, and what we should expect in the next coming days. Thank you. Karibu, Chairman. Let's appreciate our chair.
Okay, thank you everyone. Can I request that you stand up a little bit? Tumeanza kulala. Stand up, Reverend, we need to do some stretching exercise. Come, we do some stretching exercises. Okay. So I want us to reach out and touch. Try and touch as high as possible. Reach out. Try and touch as high as possible. Okay. Now I want you to do the same bend on the right side. Yeah, hapo nimeona mtu hapa. Hapo na
It's your favorite
DJ. Come back to the center. Stretch out to the opposite side as possible. Okay, umeshika, umefika. Now let us touch our toes. Try and touch your toes, straight. Nimekuona wewe ya usali bwana. All right, thank you. You can take your seats. Now this is going to be a very straightforward session. Let me just move here. Acha niongee na members when I'm closer. So first of all, thank you all who have managed to come for today. We have a communication regarding the annual general meeting. Because we are in a public space, we decided that we will push that one forward. You will get an email communication. We will have our AGM on 20th of May to be a special general meeting, virtual. So during this AGM, two major things will happen. One, 21 days before that, we will be sharing with you, that is end of this month, we'll be sharing with you the accounts, the book of accounts of the association, to see the performance of the association for the last financial year. You can scrutinize and give your comments. So that is what we will be doing end of this month, 21 days before 20th of May. The other thing that we will do on 20th of May, we will be having open positions for election into the executive committee. So there are positions in the executive committee that are vacant, that need to be filled. Now those positions will also be communicated by email, but sisi kama Excom tunahitaji your expertise to provide leadership. Naona wengine wameanza kuwa na nywele nyeupe. We are almost catching up with the Reverend there from Eastern. But we see a lot of vibrant, capable people within Rupha who can provide leadership for the association. So on 20th of May, kama unataka kuanza campaigns, we have not launched the official campaign period. That email communication will include when you can start talking to members if you are interested in the positions that will be declared vacant. So on 20th of May, prepare yourself. We will have our special general meeting virtual because we want as many Rupha member facilities as possible to attend that AGM. Now, the only other announcement I have, the plan for this year's convention is afternoon sessions are meant for interaction with exhibitors. So after we finish this, we have no more sitting here sessions. What we are doing now is inviting you to take a walk around, interact with the exhibitors that are here, close some business deals. We have very many good partners here. There's Farm Access there, we provide financing. We have just recently signed an MOU with Housing Finance. They do a lot of things if you want to do something in real estate, but they have developed products for healthcare. Those of you who want to buy equipment, dialysis equipment, theater equipment, please make sure you visit them. As you visit the people who have the equipment, you can visit HFC as well and discuss about possibilities for finance. We also have another financial partner called MedNow. Their representatives are here. So what we are saying is that you cannot get stuck in terms of, I want to buy this, I want to acquire this, I want to expand here, I want to acquire land, but now where is the money coming from? We brought everybody on board. We have financial partners, but we also have the equipment partners to help you get that process going. So first of all, to thank you all who have managed to come today, who have managed to make this association as strong as it is. And I wanted to ask, because we have not heard from you, what do you think about today's morning session? The one on microinsurance and the one on SHA. Was that an informative session? Did you enjoy that session? Can I see by show of hands those who enjoyed those sessions? I personally found the microinsurance session extremely educative. The fact that now health insurance has been liberalized. Even you as a healthcare facility now, you can become an onboarding facility. Like you are the one who can become a recruiter if you have the right partner. And we brought Dr. Okoth here, Maxwell. He mentioned somewhere, maybe in passing, that he also not only runs a hospital, but he also runs a micro insurance. So now we are looking at this conversation for me was very empowering. So we now need to look beyond social health authority. I know over the last few years, every time we gather, it's either been NHIF, SHA, NHIF, SHA. It's an important conversation. But where the health sector is going now, we as private sector need to be thinking, other than SHA and NHIF, what else can we do? Because in the communities where you are, so many people don't have these insurance products, and yet they need that health care. Can we make a business out of it? I also enjoyed the SHA discussion because finally you could hear from the faith-based. Some of the conversations I see on our walls is that faith-based groups, wale makanisa wanalipwa, sisi private hospitals hatulipwangi. But you saw from the General Secretary of CHAC, Dr. Chris Baraza, the same challenges that we are facing as private hospitals, faith-based hospitals are also facing. So this is a national challenge, and we are all looking now for solutions. All of you know hakuna solution kwa Duale, ama kuna mtu bado anaamini Duale hakuna solution ya hii system. There is no solution coming from that side. So we as entrepreneurs in this space, we are the ones who are going to come up with solutions. And I believe one day, the government will come to us to ask for how did we do it, so that they can borrow a leaf. So tomorrow, we have exciting program. Tomorrow, it is the digital conference tomorrow. Watu wa DHA watakuwa hapa. I know if you run a healthcare facility, lazima umegongana na DHA mahali. Hapo kwa claim rejections, returns, etc. Digital Health Authority will be coming tomorrow, and they are sending a very strong team to take us through the claim processing, take us through issues of claim rejections, all those issues, portal challenges that we have. So tomorrow we are looking forward to seeing you here to discuss that DHA conversation. The other conversation tomorrow we'll be having has to do with quality of healthcare issues. So we have Farm Access plus a team from Directorate of Quality at MOH. I'm sure you know there is a quality of healthcare bill somewhere going through Parliament. Tomorrow we want to know that quality of healthcare bill. Is it going to make our life easier, or is it going to make it harder? So two big conversations tomorrow: digital health conversation, quality of healthcare conversation tomorrow in the morning. Now, this convention this year goes on all the way to Saturday. On Saturday, it took on a breakfast special in the morning. If you are a hospital owner, we are calling it the CEO's Forum. So all the exhibitors you are seeing here from international and local, their company representatives, the CEOs, will be sitting in a small setup. Mutakaa, mutafunga business deals. Mutaelewana nini utanunua bei gani. That is Saturday between 9 and 10 a.m. Those who can make time, please welcome for the CEO's Forum. It's a special forum we have curated just to discuss business on Saturday morning before we close the convention. Tomorrow, just like today, the afternoon is free for you to visit exhibitors and make business deals. So without much ado, I want to say thank you. Thank you for those who still come consistently, travel from far. Na wengine hii inakuanga chance yenu ya mwaka kukuja Nairobi, karibuni. Welcome very much. Please be careful. Ngong Road, they are building a new bypass, usipotee. But we welcome you and we really appreciate you. And without further ado, I want to welcome any volunteer who can close today's sessions with a word of prayer. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Dr. for that. And for the session, thank you so much for everybody who has come. My name is Florence Agunda. I work with ICLI Insurance Company, and we are in all this together. We also know one day we'll be given a chance to speak and see also some of the challenges we go through. And so let us just pray. Our Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for the opportunity that you've given us to be here. Thank you for the informative sessions. Thank you for the many things that we have learned. Father, we do not take it for granted. Everybody is living here a new person with new information and new knowledge. Father, we thank you for the team that came all the way from different parts of Kenya. We thank you for journey masses, and we thank you for bringing them safely, O Lord. Father, for the rest of the session also we commit it into your hands, and we pray, Lord, that you will continue helping us to learn more and even to know what we need to do, and even to do those business deals, even as we've been told by our chairman. We thank you, Lord, and we bless your name. In Jesus' name we pray with thanksgiving. Amen.
Thank you so much. I see you. That's what I got. We really appreciate each and every one of you. We come to a close of today's session. Tomorrow we begin at 9 in the morning. It will be good to have you early so that we can finish most of these things. We want you to please take some time and visit these booths here. These are the people that supported us to be here. So the support they require from us is when we go and see them, talk to them, get contacts, do business with them, so that they can be there with us for many, many years to come. So we want to encourage that. Please pass through there, see, ask questions, buy things, and that will be very awesome for us, for our relationship. So thank you so much. In the morning we appreciated Dr. from Meru as the one who had come from the farthest. Oh, in the afternoon things changed. In the afternoon we had a facility coming all the way from Lodwar. Please, let's appreciate Lodwar Hills. You can stand up and just wave. Wambie hukuanza kukuja leo. Tulianza hii safari zamani. So Meru ulishinda asubuhi, lakini afternoon kikombe imeenda. Let's see who will take it tomorrow coming from the farthest. Thank you so much and God bless you. Oh, Mombasa wako hapa. SGR ilifanya Mombasa ikuwe just behind Machakos. So anyway, we'll see that. So see you tomorrow. Enjoy your evening and do business. We appreciate.
Sana Sana
uyabona impilo ikamnandi uzaduze isithando sami sandiphuze uyabona impilo ikamnandi uzaduze isithando sami sandiphuze Masirere
there a particular place I should look on that camera? Is there a particular place I should look on that camera? The screen. Oh, nice. Hi, my name is Jackie Kinywa, working for Microbiology East Africa Company. We are here at the 7th Rupha Convention and Expo convention. We are here to showcase our products for Microbiology East Africa. We deal with sale and distribution of laboratory equipment. So we are inclined to laboratory and we are a laboratory solution company. We welcome you all. Thank you. Unless there is a question. That's it.
Nani?
Hajanipigia simu. Wewe mpigie then haya sawa. Haya.
Anasema tumpatie muda kidogo.
Haina shida.
Kuna kitu anamalizia. Let's kufanana wale ambao
kiasi?
Amesema tumpatie.
Sawa. Ni live. Sawa.
We are the ones who have been streaming this.
Oh, yes.
Now that you look, many have a conversation with you. There is a
These are the center of what
wanaweza picha tu.
I will look for you. Jamaa is showing. Yes. When you get your official. Yes. So, I would like to. Where you distribute?
None.
You gave me
This one for life. Yes.
Na hizi.
Saizi hatugai ingine tunafanya tena.
But will you? Is it for Rupha ama?
No, we can. If you give us your contact, we can send you. But the event is also for Rupha because we'll forward everything to Rupha. Then.
Are you
kama ni sahihi hapo? The process hii hapo.
So let me. I will come and down. I'm a bit.
Naona mwingine unanisaidia. Naona mwingine ambaye hana
Twende hii side.
Twende hii side.
Yeah. Twende hii side. Your location?
Yeah.
By then ni kweli. Tunaweza irudia tu bado.
Turudie.
Sawa. Bado unakumbuka maswali?
then tutaizoom in tena.
Oh, saa zile nasema you can contact us through the
Guys said hapo. Nasema nataka tukapche hii bana yao na tukimuuliza maswali. Hii ndo bana yao and then sawa. Unaona ukishamaliza zoom in pale. Unaona hiyo Garden Estate, Garden
someone wants to contact
sawa.
us.
Kabisa ni muhimu. Haya. Sawa. 1, 2, 3.
Hello. Hello, my name is Jackie Kinywa, working with Microbiology East Africa Company. We are here at the Rupha Expo, Med Expo and Convention Center here at Sarit Center, showcasing our products. Our company deals with laboratory equipment where we sell and distribute to hospitals and health facilities. We are laboratory solutions company. And with that, in case you need to contact us or visit our offices, we are located along Thika Road, Garden Estate, B46. And in case you want to reach us through email or contacts, they are clearly labeled down here. You can reach us through the following contacts. Thank you very much.
Hizi kazi zimetosha. Tuambie kesho tutafanya hizo interview. Hii leo hiyo nimechoka. Uko wapi? Hii imetokea fiti. Ndio tumerudia.
Kamera yangu.
Tunataka huyo na watu wa Red. Au nyinyi tutarekodi kesho. Kesho bado. Kesho asubuhi na msema kesho asubuhi sasa tukiwa na the whole team. Wengine wataona Hata nichukua hata hujachukua namba.
Nimekwambia mimi nakupanga sasa. Nakupanga vizuri. But Dylan, hizi vitu zake
najua ni mboi.
Zimekuwa vitu mbaya.
Kesho
umeorganize nani wanafanya interview tena? Nataka watu wa showcase, unaweza waambia tu unasema jina yako unapatikana wapi na unapeana namba ya simu. Tupate vitu mingi. Unajua sasa hiyo ndio zitatupatia hiyo traffic. So if you can identify hapo tu
ndio hao tunatafuta wale hawana clients.
Sisi most of them wako na clients na wengine wameshatoka toka.
Wengine wanakwambia
kesho. But wenye tunaweza pata ni hivyo tu, hata kama ni wawili kwa sababu tumepata mmoja. Hata huku tu unajua sawa. So unaona hata unaweza kuhambusha. My name is unaitwa uniambie so ndio nataka tufanye hivyo. So ndio nataka tufanye hizo vitu sasa uchangamke.
Tabidi tuone na wewe juu mtu wa kamera.
Enda tuna yeye utaka tu kwa kamera nini ashike tu mic. Enda na
atashika mic.